I have to complete a mission independently in order to become an official member. Klein was taken aback. But we might not even have a mission this week, and it might not be so simple. Wouldn't this mean that it'll take me 1 to 2 months to become an official Nighthawk? Only then will I get a pay rise. Old Neil sniffed at the coffee and shot a glance at him. It's only a ritual among Nighthawks. After all, we stand at the peak of beyonder danger and don't want our teammates to act like children who require constant care. This won't affect the salary that you'll receive as an official member, or your privileges needed to fulfill your duty. So it's just a ritual to gain the recognition of the other Nighthawks. But, Mr. Neil, why did you emphasize that it would not affect my pay grade as an official member? Did I make it that obvious? Klein touched his face and gave an embarrassed smile before asking, does it have to be a mission of the Beyonder variety? That should be the case, but your performance yesterday was truly outstanding. You ingeniously killed a Beyonder that's at least at sequence 8. I believe Fry, Royale, and the rest have already acknowledged you. Therefore, Dunn might just assign you to an ordinary mission, Old Neil said before suddenly sighing. You'll have your salary increase several-fold. I'll never encounter something like that again in my lifetime. Klein chuckled as he raised the matter about his sequence pathway. Mr. Neil, do you think that the corresponding sequence 8 of Seer is clown? In fact, thinking back to the description from the confidential documents, it did seem to add up. A job good at fighting with artifice. I can't give you any guarantees, but I think it's highly likely. Firstly, it matches up with what's said on the documents. Their agile movement and deception-based battle style are key points. Next, other sequence pathways have similar situations. Do you know the corresponding sequence 8 for Mystery Prior? Old Neil asked with a chuckle. No, it's not written in the information provided by the church. Klein shook his head honestly. Old Neil chuckled briefly before saying, I'm close friends with 2 old guys from the machinery hive mind. They mentioned it in passing, as a joke. The corresponding sequence 8 potion of Mystery Prior is Melee Scholar. Did you hear that? Melee Scholar. Goddess, I don't like melee combat at all. This doesn't suit the image of a Mystery Prior at all. I can understand. Mystery Priors pursue the mysteries behind things. Melee combat is one of those mysteries, Klein said after some thought. Old Neil finished his hand-ground coffee. Alright, let's not waste time. Let's continue our mysticism studies. You still have a lot of ritualist magic that you need to grasp. You also need to learn how to create amulets and charms. Alright. Klein sat down and planned out his schedule for the day. In the morning I'll study mysticism and read through all sorts of historical records. I'll submit the compensation request. After lunch, I'll practice at the shooting club. Then, I'll head to the Deweyville Library at Golden Indus Borough and see if I can borrow the corresponding monograph and journal regarding the Hornacis main peak. After doing all that, if I have time, I'll spend some time at the Divination Club. I can't slack off on my acting. Once the compensation request is approved and I receive the money, I'll be able to buy a new suit on the way home. Yes. I'll apply for the materials tomorrow morning and try to make a protective amulet to ward off danger for Melissa and Benson. In a dining hall adorned with a chandelier and elegant decorations. A few friends were congratulating Joyce Meyer on his escape from danger and his return to Tingen. We all read the news. Just the written description alone was enough to scare me, a man with a short stubble on his chin said wistfully. Joyce, I can't believe you went through such an ordeal. Cheers. The tragedy is over now, and the sunlight shines down upon us. Exalted is the steam. Joyce and his fiancée, Anna, raised their cups and clinked them together with their friends. Then, they gulped down what little champagne they had left. Anna was extremely worried at the time. I suspect that she cried every night. Whenever I invited her for some afternoon tea, she was always absent-minded. Thankfully, you're finally back now. Otherwise, I reckon she would have passed away just like that, a young lady, with a cute small nose and coiled brown hair, said to Joyce as she glanced at Anna. If Anna were to experience something like that, I'd be the same. I might be in an even worse state. The aquiline-nosed Joyce gave his fiancé, who was sitting beside him, a gentle look. Anna wasn't used to expressing her emotions in front of others. She looked at the opposite end of the table and said, "Bogda, why have you been keeping your head down this entire time? I can sense how terrible your mood is." The young lady with a petite nose answered in Bogda's place. "Bogda is sick. The physician told him that there's something seriously wrong with his liver. He can only use medicine to reduce the pain, but it doesn't treat his illness. He needs to undergo surgery." "Lord, when did this happen?" Anna and Joyce asked in surprise and concern. Bogda was a young man with short hair, but his face was sallow. His usually brilliant red eyes were replaced with a dim glow. "It happened last week. Since Joyce wasn't back yet, I told Irene not to tell you," Bogda explained with a rueful smile. Joyce asked staidly, "Have you decided when you'll undergo surgery?" Bogda's expression changed a few times as he said, "No, I haven't decided yet. As you know, those surgeons are practically butchers. The patient is like a piece of meat on a chopping block, allowing them to butcher people as they please. I've read a lot of reports. They'll even use an axe for amputation. Lord, I suspect I might very well die on the operating table. But if you delay it further, then surgery might not be able to save you," the man with the stubble said as he tried to persuade him. At that moment, Anna interjected, "Bogda, perhaps you can consider doing a divination. If the divination indicates that everything will go smoothly, then proceed with the surgery as soon as possible. If the outcome of the divination is bad, seek other means. Seek it with the help of the fortune teller. I know of a real, mysterious fortune teller. No, I should address him as a seer. I believe he can definitely help you." "For real?" Bogda returned with a question, clearly looking doubtful. Their other friends shared the same attitude. "Yes." Anna nodded without hesitation. "I hired his divination services, and after divining Joyce's situation, he told me to return home. Your fiancé is at home waiting for you. Back then, I was like all of you, filled with doubt. But when I returned home, I really saw Joyce. He was really back." "I can testify on this point," Joyce echoed. "He didn't mention that he had sought Klein's help in interpreting his dreams. This was because the police had informed him that Triss hadn't been caught yet. Therefore, he had to keep it a secret in order to prevent revenge from being exacted upon him. Lord, this is absolutely unbelievable. Is divination really that magical?" Amidst the shouting, Bogda thought deeply for a moment before saying, "Perhaps I should get a divination." "Anna, Joyce, could you tell me the seer's name and address?" Anna heaved a sigh of relief and said, "You made a very wise choice. That seer is at the Divination Club at House Street. His name is Klein Moretti. Golden Indus Borough. Deweyville Library." Klein used the introduction note from his mentor's letter to successfully apply for a borrowing pass. As he flipped the tiny card in his hand, he asked a few librarians, "Do you have the research of the Hornacis Main Peaks relics here?" It was published by the Lone Publishing Firm. A librarian immediately answered, "Please wait a moment. Let me check the records." He turned around and looked at the drawers. He pulled open the letter that matched Hornacis and flipped through a card that was filled with single words that followed a particular order. On careful inspection, he shook his head and said, "Sorry, sir. We do not have this book in our collection." "How regretful," Klein answered in clear disappointment. "From the looks of it, I need to write to the Lone Publishing Firm or pay a visit to the Koei University." Meanwhile, he sighed inwardly at how dated the management of the libraries of this world was. "You people need a computer. Unfortunately, I can't produce one." Klein made a silent, self-deprecating comment and turned to ask, then, "Do you have the journal issues of New Archaeology and Archaeology Summary?" "We do," the librarian confirmed. "A gentleman just returned them." He flipped out the corresponding card and pointed Klein in the direction of the bookshelf. Klein went over to the bookshelf, scanned the journal issues, and pulled out the ones his mentor mentioned. Then, he randomly found a spot by the window to sit down. Under the bright afternoon sun, he began reading the information in the library quietly. Ancient relics don't solely exist on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. They're also spread out across the surrounding forests, valleys, and gentle slopes around the main peak. These relics are formed from lofty domes and gigantic stone columns. Honestly, they can be described as magnificent. I'm curious as to how the original residents mine and process these rocks. Hypothetically, let's assume that they performed their mining operation on the spot without needing to send them up the mountain. There's a strange pattern where the relics become larger in size the closer you are to the mountain peak. But surprisingly, there are no ruins on the peak. According to our hypothesis, there should be palaces that don't resemble man-made buildings, divine halls used for sacrifices. Palaces that don't look like they were man-made, divine halls used for sacrifices. Could it be the one that I saw in my dream? While Klein ruminated, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching him from a distance. He looked up and saw a familiar face, a face that often appeared on the papers. He had a squarish face, thick eyebrows, a firm nose, short dark blonde hair, azure blue eyes, and tightly closed lips. All of these features belonged to a certain famous person from Tingen City, a philanthropist, entrepreneur, and the owner of this library, Sir Deweyville. Beside Deweyville was the middle-aged butler who Klein had met before. Klein watched them walk by from more than 10 meters away. Out of curiosity, he raised his right hand and lightly tapped his glabella twice. Various colors surfaced as auras and entered Klein's eyes. He casually studied Sir Deweyville's condition. He's very healthy, there are almost no hidden problems. His emotional state is horrendous. Amid the dullness, there's frailty. His mental state is frail? He has trouble sleeping well? But the purple aura at his head is completely fine. Klein muttered silently to himself as Sir Deweyville walked off and left the library. Retracting his gaze, Klein pinched his forehead and sighed inwardly. Being a tycoon sure isn't easy. He didn't pay much attention to the matter and returned his gaze onto the journal issues in front of him. Klein didn't find a lot of clues after reading each of them. He could only confirm a few things. Firstly, there existed an ancient kingdom on the Hornacis mountain range, as well as its surroundings. The ancient kingdom's history dated back to at least 1,500 years. Secondly, their architectural style was primarily about being grand. They left behind all sorts of murals, and from those murals, it could be deduced that they believed that the Evernight would protect the loved ones of the departed. Finally, in the ruins, there were symbols that represented the Evernight everywhere, but they were clearly different from the Evernight sacred emblem. If I had a chance, no, even if I have a chance, I'll never go there. Klein muttered with clenched teeth. He vowed not to court death. After tidying the journal articles and returning them back to their original spots, he put on his hat, lifted his cane, and left the Deweyville library. Divination Club. Bogda looked at the beautiful lady in charge of receiving guests and said, "I'd like to have a divination." Angelica smiled politely and said, "Do you have a preferred fortune teller? Or would you like to flip through our introduction guide and choose the one that's most suitable for you?" Bogda pressed the right side of his abdomen and gasped silently for breath while saying, "I wish to have Mr. Klein Moretti divine for me." "But Mr. Moretti is not here today," Angelica answered with uncertainty. Bogda fell silent for a moment as he paced a few steps and asked, "When will Mr. Moretti be available?" "No one knows. He has his own matters to deal with. From what I've seen, he usually comes here on Monday afternoons," Angelica said as she pondered over the matter. "All right." Bogda's face darkened as he turned around, planning to leave. "Sir, you can choose other fortune tellers as well. For example, you can choose Mr. Hannes Vincent, who is famous in Tingen City." Angelica tried her best to prevent the loss of business. Bogda stopped in his tracks and considered it for a moment before saying, "No, I only trust Mr. Moretti." "Well, can I wait here for a moment? Perhaps he might come after he's done with his matters." "No problem," Angelica said with a warm smile. Bogda went to the sofa and sat down. Sometimes he stroked his cane, at other times he looked out the window, clearly looking rather impatient. Seconds turned to minutes. Just as Bogda's mind was in a mess, unsure if he should continue waiting or leave, he heard the beautiful lady exclaim in pleasant surprise, "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti." Klein saw the familiar Angelica and was just about to ask why it was always her. Did she not need to rest or take any days off? However, he immediately took into consideration that he was a seer, so it was not appropriate for him to ask such questions. Instead, he had to use the tone of a charlatan and say something like, "How marvelous it is for fate to compel us to meet once again, Madame Angelica." Would this sound like I'm hitting on her? Klein's mind whirled as he finally replied with a smile, "Good afternoon, Madame Angelica. A customer wishes to hire you for a divination." Angelica pointed to Bogda, who had hurriedly stood up from the sofa. "Someone actually requested for me?" Klein took off his half-top hat in pleasant surprise, pinching his glabella twice while doing so. "Good afternoon, sir." He looked over when his voice suddenly came to a pause. In his spirit vision, he saw the requester's liver looking dim. It was nearly black in color. It was making the rest of his body unbalanced as his aura was thin in various places. Klein deliberated over his words and he said in a serious expression, "Sir, you should see a doctor and not seek a divination." Bogda stood stunned on the spot as he immediately gave a pleasant look of surprise while muttering, "How fascinating. Anna wasn't lying to me." He hurriedly looked up at Klein in earnest. "Mr. Moretti, I've already seen a doctor and might have to undergo surgery. However, I'm frightened about the surgery. I would like to divine the outcome. The surgery of this era is really fraught with danger." Although Emperor Roselle had given the impetus, this era still lacks most of the necessary technology. Klein didn't reject his request and nodded slightly. "My divination fee is 8 pence. Is that fine?" 8 pence? Bogda exclaimed in surprise. "You're only charging 8 pence? According to Anna's description, and the performance Mr. Moretti had just shown me, I'm willing to pay at least £1. Haven't you heard of small margins with large volume?" Klein was embarrassed for a moment. After thinking for a few seconds, he calmly smiled and replied, "It is enough just being blessed with the ability to receive revelations from the divine and catch a glimpse of fate. Therefore, we must maintain our humility and suppress our greed. Only by doing so, can we continue being bestowed with our gifts. You are a true seer." Bogda held his chest and bowed, his tone filled with sincerity. Upon receiving Bogda's praise and trust, Klein's spirituality seemed to relax. As for the description of his principles, it also gave him some new insight. "Mississippi Angelica, is topaz available?" He turned to the beautiful lady beside him. Angelica heaved a sigh of relief for Bogda as she smiled sweetly. "Yes." After entering the divination room, Klein instructed Bogda to lock the door. Then, he sat behind the table and pinched his forehead. "Shall we use tarot cards for the divination?" he inquired with a smile. Spirit dowsing was only suitable to determine matters related to him. As for drawing an astrolabe, it was too time-consuming. "I'll leave it up to you." Bogda had no objections. Therefore, Klein helped him shuffle and cut the deck before laying them out in an intus formation. Thanks to his uniqueness as a seer, Klein did not flip the other cards. Instead, he directly flipped the card that indicated the final result. A reversed wheel of fortune. "Things will develop badly," he said solemnly as he shot a glance. The color in Bogda's face drained instantly and his lips trembled. "Is it hopeless?" As Klein tried his best to think of a solution, he said, "Let me try a different divination method. Please leave your ring behind. Next, write your date of birth on this piece of paper. Then, please wait outside quietly." Influenced by his gentle and comforting tone, Bogda calmed down and followed the instructions by writing down the information and leaving his ring behind. As he watched Bogda leave, Klein wrote a sentence on the piece of paper. Outcome of Bogda Jones's surgery. He picked up the ring and paper slip and leaned back into his seat before using a dream divination technique. In a blurry and distorted world, he gradually found himself, only to see the gentleman collapse with an ashen expression. He was covered in white cloth as he was pushed out of the quaking operating room. This time, Klein didn't encounter anything strange. He no longer felt the sense of being watched, so he quickly woke up. He knitted his brows tightly as he considered how he was going to inform Bogda about the outcome. The surgery may very well lead to death. I can try the restorative ritualistic magic I learned today, but that would expose the matter of Beyonders. Besides, I have to apply for Captain's approval first. Yeah, and I might not be able to treat such a severe disease. Klein was racking his brains when he suddenly thought of something. Mr. Glassy's lung disease was treated by an apothecary. He said that the medicine was extremely miraculous. What was it? Right, Lawson Darkwade, 18, Vlad Street in East Borough. Lawson's Folk Herb Store. As he tried his best to memorize the address back then, Klein quickly remembered the details. He rapped the corners of the table and quickly made a decision. After using spirit dowsing to quickly determine if it was a good or bad idea, Klein walked out the door. When he saw Bogda stand up in a fluster, he returned his ring to him and said warmly with a smile, "I found hope for you." "Really?" Bogda asked, pleasantly surprised. Klein did not reply him as he continued talking. "Your hope lies in the East Borough, on Vlad Street. It's related to the single-term Lawson. If you can't find it, come back here again on Monday at 4 in the afternoon." "Good. Good." Bogda nodded as he repeated himself. He excitedly fished out his wallet and produced 5 pence and 3 pennies. He had done according to what Klein had said, without using tips to corrupt a true seer. The corners of Klein's lips twitched as he received the money, but he smiled brilliantly. "I hope you will find hope as soon as possible." After Bogda left, he handed over the commission like the previous time and also gave Angelica tips, pretending as though he had collected a solely. East Borough. Vlad Street. Bogda walked from one end of the street to the other, repeating it 3 times until his liver started to ache. Finally, he determined that there was only one place that had anything to do with Lawson on the street. It was the Lawson's Folk Herb Store, numbered 18, on the street. Mustering his courage, he walked in and caught the smell of the various herbs. He saw that the owner of the shop had black but very short hair. His face was round and he looked to be in his 30s or 40s. The boss's formal attire resembled that of a village witch doctor. It was a deep black robe embroidered with all kinds of strange symbols. "Hello, do you have medicine that can treat my disease?" Bogda asked politely. The boss raised his head and swept his deep blue eyes across Bogda and smiled. "Your liver disease is very serious, but the premise of everything is whether you have the money. Do you have enough to pay for the medicine?" "He can tell?" Bogda suddenly felt a lot more confident as he nodded frantically. "How much is your medicine?" £10. "It's a very fair price." The boss fished out a bag of herbs from under the counter and said, "Add sufficient water and boil it into medicine. After boiling it, add 10 drops of fresh rooster blood, then drink it down immediately. This bag of herbs can be cooked thrice. You will be fine after 3 times." As he spoke, he opened the yellowish-brown paper and threw in all sorts of strange herbs. "It sounds extremely shady." Bogda gulped down his saliva and said, "That's it?" The boss stared at him and immediately smiled. "Do you still want something else?" "What about this bag?" "Once you recover from your liver disease, I can give you a guarantee that your wife will be very satisfied." He chuckled as he took out a black-papered bag of herbs and suppressed his voice. "There's mummy powder inside. Trust me, a lot of aristocrats consume this stuff. They put it in their tea or boil it as soup." Bogda's confidence in the boss wavered to the point of feeling disgusted. "I believe in Mr. Moretti." He took a deep breath, fished out his wallet, and pulled out the 2 biggest notes from what little was left of his gold pounds. Holding on to the yellowish-brown paper bag full of herbs, Bogda staggered out of the Lawson's Folk Herb Store. While waiting for a tracked carriage, he suddenly came to a realization. He had spent £10 to buy a bag of stuff? This was nearly a month's salary for him. If it wasn't for his trust in Anna and Joyce, he wouldn't have brought that much cash to the divination club. Could it be that the reason why Mr. Moretti only accepted 8 pence for his divination had something to do with his collusion with the boss of Lawson's folk herb store, so as to earn more? This was a classic scam written on the papers. When Bogda made this connection, he even began to suspect Klein a little. He even began suspecting Joyce and Anna. When a tracked carriage stopped in front of him, he looked at the herbs in his hand. Unable to bring himself to return, he entered the carriage with a heavy heart. Inside Lawson's folk herb store. As the boss watched Bogda leave, he suddenly turned his head and shouted at the door where there was a pile of herbs, "Charmaine, stop purchasing herbs from today." "Why, master?" A handsome-looking youth with disheveled hair walked out. The boss smiled and said, "This is the 16th customer that has come because of my fame. If this carries on, I believe the Nighthawks, the machinery hive mind, and the mandated punishers will notice me. When the time comes, I'll need to consider heading to other cities." "Then, do we need to sublease this store?" Charmaine nodded in understanding as he asked with concern. The boss chuckled. "If you wish to stay, you can be the boss of this store. You are already capable at identifying herbs and concocting medicine. Of course, remember to deposit half of your monthly profits into my anonymous Backland bank account. But, I haven't learned what you are really good at." Charmaine was already sick of never staying in a city for more than a year, but he was unwilling to give up learning the magical formulas that his master was good at. The boss leisurely rocked himself in his seat. "That's not something you can learn just because you want to." A blackish-green bubbling liquid appeared in front of Bogda's eyes. It smelled of stinking socks, and the color that makes one want to puke made him deeply suspicious about everything he had done today. When the rooster blood was dropped into the medicine, Bogda's father looked at his son worriedly and said, "I think surgery is the best option." The few drops of rooster blood bubbled with the boiling liquid before vanishing. Bogda took a deep breath and said, "If this medicine is useless, I'll consider surgery. The Lord will watch over you." Bogda's father gestured a triangular sacred emblem across his chest. By the time the boiling liquid had cooled down, Bogda had no intention of wasting the 10 pounds. He raised his right hand and closed his eyes. Flicking his head back, he gulped down the medicine in one go. The pungent aroma that had the noxious smell of blood swished around in his mouth as he nearly spat out everything he had just drank. That night, Bogda had an upset stomach. He went to the bathroom 6 times, and by the time the crimson moon vanished, he fell asleep groggily. After an unknown period of time had passed, he jolted awake, having dreamed that he was being reprimanded by his boss at work. "Thankfully, I took 3 days of annual leave. I don't have to rush to work." Bogda heaved a sigh of relief when he discovered that he felt a lot more spirited. This was in stark contrast to the sluggish state he was in for the past few weeks. Bogda subconsciously reached out and pressed the right side of his abdomen. He noticed that the region which previously hurt when under slight pressure felt normal. He only felt the pain from ordinary pressure. Don't tell me it was really effective? That apothecary was clearly just fooling me. Bogda was both surprised and doubtful as he got out of bed. He stretched himself and felt his health returning to him. He fell silent for a very long while as he muttered, "According to the apothecary, I still need to drink it twice. Once I'm done drinking, I'll go to the hospital to get a checkup from a doctor. That apothecary didn't tell me how many times I can drink a day. I still think he's a cheat." Inside the civilian staff office of the Blackthorn Security Company, from his prior request, Klein received a space where no one would disturb him. He held a carving knife and emitted his spirituality. He seriously carved the incantations and symbols onto 2 silver accessories. The incantation was a request to avoid disaster and was written in Hermes. The 2 mysticism symbols symbolized the Evernight goddess as well as the Empress of Disaster and Horror. Aside from that, Klein also added the path number that corresponded to the goddess, 7, and the magical characteristic. In addition to that, charms and amulets had to be engraved on both sides, and each side's symbols, incantations, and characteristics, their exact locations, or special formats was in the realm of mysticism. The ones that were spread amongst the ordinary populace were filled with mistakes. At that moment, Klein had a lot of damaged materials to his right. Through repeated practice, and only after he confirmed that he had enough practice, did he dare to begin creating the amulets for Benson and Melissa. As he calmed his mind, his spirituality spewed out from the tip of the carving knife. The number 7 appeared on the surface of the silver accessories. He had already finished carving the incantations and symbols on the other side of the accessory. All that was left was to finish the remaining side. After putting down his knife, all his spirituality chained together as Klein suddenly felt a strange, majestic, and terrifying energy surge throughout the room. The commotion quickly vanished as the incantations on both sides of the accessory became complete with Klein's spirit vision. It emitted a serene blackness. He put down his carving knife and gently polished the silver accessory that was formed from a circle and a vertical piece. He felt a tinge of coolness from the mild to the touch surface. It's done. He happily placed the finished amulet and another one that he had previously finished into his pocket, planning to find an opportunity to give it to Benson and Melissa. Amulets created by Beyonders possessed a certain level of effectiveness. They allowed the wearer to unknowingly avoid disasters to a certain extent, but it was nothing too ridiculous. Furthermore, their spirituality would wane bit by bit. Unless one used a high-level ritualistic magic and created a prayer set, a year was the maximum one could use them for. As for high-level ritualistic magic, there was a terrifyingly high spirituality requirement. It wasn't something Klein could endure at the moment. When the time comes, I can use my spirituality to make another one. Klein thought, nodding as he began tidying up the messy table. He didn't make one for himself for the moment, because an amulet of that level had limited effects on him. Therefore, his goal was to gain a deeper understanding of incantations before trying to pair it with ritualistic magic. That way he could create a few defensive amulets that could be activated specifically with sound. After everything was finished, Klein walked out the office and prepared to hand over the damaged materials. That was when he saw Captain Dunn walk over in his black windbreaker. Dunn's deep and gray eyes swept across him as he smiled. Klein, the Holy Cathedral has approved it. You're now an official member. Really? That's great. Klein expressed his delight. Dunn nodded and said with a smile, you can now receive a make-up pay of £3 for this week. You'll receive £4.50 every subsequent week until the advance payment is cleared. By the way, did I mention the Nighthawk's ritual? Every official Nighthawk has to independently complete a mission. Only by doing so will you gain the recognition of your partners. In consideration of the outstanding performance you showed, I believe I can assign you an ordinary mission instead. When that happens, I'll formally introduce you to all the Nighthawks in Tingen City. Klein replied without hesitation, all right. £3 plus his compensation of £7. Getting a new suit wasn't a problem anymore. Furthermore, he would still have plenty left over. Well, who knows when my mission will arrive. Klein waited all the way till Sunday, the day of Selena's birthday banquet. Changing into his formal suit and using a brush and handkerchief to tidy his half-top hat, Klein looked himself in the mirror before walking over to the first floor in satisfaction. At that moment, Melissa was sizing up Benson's clothes. Is there a problem? Benson raised his cane, feeling a little lacking due to his sister's gaze. He felt that there was nothing wrong with him when he inspected himself. He was already dressed quite decently. Melissa stopped staring at him and said with a serious expression, Benson, that is a very old suit you're wearing. There will be a lot of excellent ladies and madams participating in today's birthday banquet. I believe that by wearing that, it'll be a form of disrespect to them. Klein was originally filled with questions. However, when he heard Melissa's emphasis, he immediately realized what was happening. He went over with a chuckle and said, Benson and I share a similar build. He can wear my other tuxedo. He had already informed his siblings about buying a new suit. He explained it away by saying that his clothes had been torn while inspecting certain objects. Therefore, the company generously compensated him. Of course, he concealed the matter of him being promoted with a pay rise. He was afraid of scaring them and only planned to tell them after half a year. Such an explanation made Benson and Melissa extremely envious. They felt that the Blackthorn Security Company was an impeccable employer. There's no need to, right? Benson retorted, having not realized the gravity of the situation. No, it's extremely important. Klein pushed Benson's shoulders up the stairs. My tuxedo is hanging on the clothes rack. After watching Benson go up the stairs in a daze, Klein turned around and smiled at Melissa. Are you hoping that Benson will use the opportunity provided by Selena's birthday banquet to begin a beautiful new romance? He had been reading quite a fair amount of newspapers and magazines recently. He knew that aristocrats and middle-class banquets were typically grounds for blind dates. Melissa nodded solemnly. Yes, Benson has missed out too much because of us. Sis, why are you like a mother? Klein looked at Melissa as he suddenly shook his head with an exasperated laugh. Seeing the unconvinced look his sister's face, Klein suddenly felt like it was a good opportunity. He sized her up and said with a solemn expression, Melissa, I think you aren't showing enough respect to today's banquet as well. What? Melissa wore a puzzled look. Klein pointed at her neck. As a lady, you are lacking a necklace that accentuates that area. Without waiting for his sister to say another word, he smiled as he fished out a silver amulet wrapped with angel wings from his pocket. Thankfully, I prepared one for you. Melissa was taken aback at first before she asked, how much was it? Sis, your concerns are really quite misplaced. Klein silently scoffed as he explained with a chuckle, it's actually not very expensive. Since it was in an incomplete state, I imitated an item that I've seen before and engraved blessing incantations and beautiful patterns on them. You engraved them? Melissa was indeed distracted. How is it? What do you think of my work? Klein took the opportunity to hand over the amulet to his sister. Melissa studied it before gently biting down on her lip. I like the surrounding angel feathers. If you think the incantations and symbols I engraved are ugly, then just say so. There's no need to mince your words. An amulet's value is in its effects. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to urge his sister to accept it, he saw Melissa put on the necklace with a forced expression on her face. She then carefully adjusted the positioning of the amulet. Perfect. Klein sized her up and gave her exaggerated praise. Melissa shot him a glance and looked down at her amulet. She said listlessly, Klein, you were never like that before. Acting like that. Perhaps it's because of my good job. With a decent income, I've become more confident. Klein interrupted his sister and gave a preemptive explanation. Sigh, even though I received the original Klein's memory fragments, making myself appear natural in most major aspects, certain fine details are still there. I'm still used to presenting my real personality. Especially when I'm getting closer and more familiar with Benson and Melissa. He sighed inwardly. Melissa seemed to accept his explanation and pouted her lips. It's great that you're like that, really great. After the two engaged in a short conversation, Benson came down having changed his clothes. He wore a white shirt with a black vested tuxedo. His black bow tie and a pair of long, straight trousers made it seem like he had undergone a complete makeover. It was like he was a successful businessman after years of hard work. Same for the receding hairline. Klein chuckled inwardly. Excellent, Benson. It suits you very well, he said with a brilliant smile while throwing up his hands. Melissa also nodded in agreement on the sideline. The facts show that my clothing is more important than me. Benson gave a self-derisive comment. Klein took the opportunity to fish out the remaining amulet and repeated his explanation from earlier before saying, I also made one for you. Not bad. I'll bring it with me. Benson accepted it without a fuss as he quipped, Klein, I wouldn't find it odd, even if you were to suddenly know how to style your hair, make clothes, fix watches, and feed curly-haired baboons. Life is just so full of surprises, Klein replied with a smile. Following that, the siblings tidied themselves up before walking out the main door. They took a trackless public carriage and arrived at the North Borough's Fania Street where Selena's house was. The Wood family lived in a terrace house as well, but unlike Klein's place, they had a porch. They had a small lawn in the front which made it look very elegant. When they rung the doorbell, Klein, Benson, and Melissa only had to wait for around 10 seconds before they were able to see the star of the day, Selena Wood. With a head covered in wine-red hair, the girl gave Melissa a delighted hug. "I like this dress of yours. It makes you look exceptionally beautiful." Standing beside Selena Wood was her father, Mr. Wood, senior employee of Backlund Bank's Tingen branch. "Welcome, our honorable elder brother. Welcome, our young historian." He deliberately addressed Benson and Klein in an exaggerated manner. "Young historian. Why doesn't he add the description of me having a conscience?" Klein retorted as he took off his hat and replied with a smile, "Mr. Wood, you look much more spirited and younger than I imagined." His style of flattery had unknowingly inclined himself to the foodaholic empire. Benson held out his hand and shook Wood's hand. "I know a lot of bank employees, but they're all equally arrogant and stiff, as though they're the latest machines. None of them are as civilized as you. If you were to meet me at the bank, you might not say that about me." Wood laughed cheerfully. After exchanging pleasantries, Selena, who was wearing a new dress, led the siblings inside with a hop in her step. At times, she would mention in her usual tone that, "Elizabeth is already here," and at other times, she would suppress her voice saying, "Melissa, your brothers are more handsome than I imagined." "Hey, I have good hearing. Although you are flattering me." Klein helplessly looked at the two 16-year-old girls walking ahead of him. "This isn't right. I'm still quite far from being considered handsome." "TSK, Miss Selena, how ugly did you imagine Benson and I to be? A balding, gloomy, fat man with a pale expression and lifeless eyes?" Klein pinched his glabella in passing as he diligently practiced his spirit vision. "Miss Selena Wood is healthy. She's excited and very happy. Mr. Wood's lungs are a little problematic." "Right, I see his pipe." Klein swept his gaze across the crowd while in a good mood. "Elizabeth, Melissa is here." At that moment, Selena introduced with a brisk tone. A girl dressed in a blue frilly dress walked over. She had naturally curled brown hair and adorable baby fat. Klein was stunned when he saw her because he knew the girl. He had helped her choose an amulet back at the underground market. Elizabeth greeted Melissa first before looking at Benson and Klein. She was stunned and her brows knitted slightly, as though she was thinking about something. Soon, Elizabeth smiled and politely greeted them as though nothing had happened. Klein also pretended not to recognize her. Under Wood's lead, they came to the sofa in the living room where they were introduced to Chris, Selena Wood's brother, and the other guests. As Klein watched Benson chat with Chris and the other solicitors happily over the topic of their neighbor, Mr. Shoud, he couldn't help but feel envious. "I don't have such socializing skills." He picked up a cocktail from a table in the corner of the room as he listened quietly. At times, he would nod and echo with a smile. It didn't take long before all the guests arrived and the banquet officially began. As too many guests had been invited, the Wood family's dining table could not accommodate everyone. Therefore, the banquet was done in a buffet manner. The maidservants served the steak dishes, roast chicken, fried fish, mashed potatoes, etc., and placed them on different tables. The male servants were responsible for carving the meat, allowing for guests to take what they wanted. Klein couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw the elegant enamel plates and silver cutlery. He felt that the Woods were being too extravagant as a middle-class family. Since they're so rich, why would Chris need so many years to prepare for his wedding? When he thought of what his sister had previously mentioned, he was puzzled. Yeah, it was probably to save up money to buy this cutlery that would have taken them so many years to afford. To such families, they have to look respectable. Amidst his mixed emotions, Klein picked up a plate and walked in front of a dining table. He forked a piece of honey-glazed roasted meat. At that moment, Elizabeth with her adorable baby fat cheeks came over. As she looked at the food, she whispered, "So you are Melissa's brother." "Thank you. Selena likes the amulet I gave her a lot. She said that she felt healthier the moment she wore it." "Selena. Amulet. Klein suddenly recalled the reason for selecting an amulet for the girl beside him. It was to give to a friend who liked mysticism as a birthday gift. That friend was Selena? Selena liked items related to mysticism? Klein frowned slightly as he smiled politely. It might just be akin to a placebo effect. After saying that, he began waiting for her to praise Emperor Roselle. However, Elizabeth's reaction was that of confusion. What's a placebo effect? It means it's completely psychological. At times, we believe that we will turn for the better and end up really becoming better, Klein explained crudely. No, she said it's different from the amulets that she bought in the past. It feels different, Elizabeth emphasized. She cocked her head and shot a glance at Klein and said curiously, I never expected Melissa's brother to be an expert at mysticism. As you know, I studied history, so it's common to encounter similar matters. Klein diverted the topic skillfully as he asked, Are you also studying at the Tingen Technical School? No, Selena and I were Melissa's former schoolmates. Later, she went to a technical school. I study at the nearby Ivos Public School, Elizabeth explained seriously. A public school wasn't established and maintained by the government. Instead, it was a school that accepted students from the public. It was an evolution of good grammar schools whose goal was to groom graduates so as to enter university. The schools were rather expensive and they would consider the students' family background. It could even be out the range of typical middle-class families. She didn't talk much. After choosing her food, she returned to Selena's side. After congratulating the star of the day on a happy birthday, the banquet gradually came to an end. Klein and Benson were invited to a game of Texas Hold'em. The small blind was half a penny, and the big blind was a penny. As for Melissa, Elizabeth, Selena, and their friends, they went upstairs. It was unknown if they were chatting or playing games. Klein's luck was pretty bad. He played about 20 rounds, but didn't receive a good hand at all. All he could do was fold and be a spectator. When he flipped the ends of his cards again, he found a 2 of hearts and a 5 of spades. Shall I try a bluff once? Klein considered for a moment, but did not manage to muster the courage. He also resisted the urge to use divination to cheat. He covered his cards and rapped the table, indicating that he was not making a call. Then, he got up and left the table to head for the bathroom. Roselle was also a person with an obsessive-compulsive disorder. He actually found an odd reason to name the playstyle Texas. Klein shook his head as he proceeded forward. At that moment, he suddenly came to a halt as his pupils constricted. His spiritual perception told him that there was a strange fluctuation upstairs. The strange, twisted, and obscure fluctuation was short-lived. Shortly afterwards, Klein even suspected that he was hallucinating. If he wasn't considered rather skilled at spiritual perception, it was very likely that he would have written off the abnormality. Klein frowned as he thought of his sister upstairs. He tightly held onto his cane as he went around the bathroom and hobbled to the wood household staircase. He quickly went upstairs while following the traces with his spiritual perception before arriving at the living room beside the balcony. This should be it. Klein mumbled as he raised his hand and tapped twice on his glabella. Auras penetrated the walls and the large wooden door before entering his vision. Most of the colors were ordinary with a blurry outline. However, one of them in particular was rippling with a sinister dark green color over its surface that slowly corroded inwards. Just as I thought, something wasn't right. Klein wore an unusually stern expression as he reached out with his right hand and removed the silver chain which was wrapped around his left wrist. He held the silver chain in his left hand, allowing the topaz to dangle before him. When the topaz stopped swinging, he traced the spherical light and chanted inwardly, "The room before me has danger caused by the supernatural." Normally, spirit dowsing was only suitable for divining something that was related to him or the specific circumstances in a small region around him. As such, Klein described the chant in very specific manner. The danger could affect him and the room was right in front of him. The room before me has danger caused by the supernatural. After repeating the chant 7 times, Klein's eyes widened as he saw the topaz rotating in a clockwise motion rapidly. It was an indication that there was indeed danger caused by the supernatural inside the room, and it was of considerable danger. Selena is a mysticism enthusiast. Did something go extremely wrong when she was dabbling with some sort of ritual? What should I do? Klein massaged his brows and wrapped the chain around his wrist before knocking on the door. Thump. 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 He knocked on the door 3 times rhythmically and wore an amiable smile on his face. The door opened with a creak. Melissa, who was wearing her new dress, appeared in front of Klein. Klein, is something wrong? The girl didn't expect her brother to be here, so she was momentarily surprised. Klein responded with a smile, without any sign of distress. I was just curious since I heard you gals enjoying yourselves. Sorry for disturbing all of you. Melissa lowered her head in apology, feeling somewhat embarrassed. We're playing with magic mirror divination. Selena knows a lot and it's very fun. Magic mirror divination. Sis, why don't you gals play Charlie Challenge 1 or Ouija boards too? Klein shook his head, feeling both peeved and amused. He looked behind Melissa and into the living room. He saw Selena with her beaming smile and deep dimples. However, in his spirit vision, the wine-red-haired girl, who was holding a silver-coated mirror, was being encroached by the sinister dark green colors. As his mind whirled, Klein deliberated over his words and said, "Haha, I won't be interrupting your game." Ah, right. Where's Elizabeth? I had chatted with her over FaceApp grammar. She mentioned that she wanted to ask me some questions. Elizabeth? Melissa sized her brother up and said in an eccentric tone to emphasize her words. She's only 16. Hey, don't let your imagination go wild. Klein immediately explained, it's a very normal academic discussion. Elizabeth is very interested in history and ancient languages. Melissa took a deep look at her brother before saying, she's inside. I'll inform her. All right. Klein took a step back and moved away from the door. While watching his sister turn around, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although it wasn't the best of reactions, he was thankful that the person in danger wasn't Melissa. He only waited for about 10 seconds before a puzzled Elizabeth walked out. She asked curiously, Mr. Moretti, what's the matter? I never said I was interested in history and ancient languages. At that moment, her sentence was halted by Klein's stern and solemn expression. Her nerves tightened as she seemed to sense that something wasn't right. Klein took a few steps diagonally as a gesture for Elizabeth to hide partially behind the door. The girl with the chubby baby fat was influenced by the sudden serious atmosphere, so she unknowingly followed. As you know, I'm a mysticism enthusiast. Klein halted and turned around, speaking directly to the point. Elizabeth nodded and replied, yes, I even believe that you're an expert at mysticism. No, I'm only an enthusiast, but this doesn't stop me from noticing that your magic mirror divination has turned into a problem, Klein said with a heavy tone. A problem? Elizabeth nearly raised her voice as she hurriedly raised her hands to cover her mouth. Klein thought for a moment before saying, I know words alone will make it difficult for you to believe me. Return to the room and when Selena isn't paying attention, steal a glance at the front of the mirror which Selena has hidden away from all of you. How do you know that she hid the front of the mirror from us? Elizabeth blurted out. According to the information from the Nighthawks, more than 90% of the time, magic mirror divination cases which involve evil share such similarities. Klein smiled and said, general knowledge. When the doubtful and frightened Elizabeth returned to the room, his composed smile vanished instantly. His face looked worried. Even though we're all in the North Borough, to go from Fania Street to Zutland Street will take at least 15 minutes of travel by public carriage. By the time Captain arrives after making a round trip, the situation might have deteriorated to a hopeless state. If only Benson and Melissa wasn't here. But I can't deal with those hidden and unknown existences. Do I have any means to contain it? Right, Selena is a mysticism enthusiast. Her room definitely has no lack of pure dew, essential oils, herbs, and other items. Just as Klein was racking his brains for a solution, Elizabeth sat next to Selena by using an excuse of discussing something with her. A girl opposite her sipped a mouthful of red wine, and under the teasing looks of everyone, despite her blushing, she mustered her courage to ask, "Can you help me divine when I'll meet a romantic and handsome gentleman?" Selina lightly coughed twice as she rubbed the mirror's back and said, "Mirror, mirror, tell me. When will the gentleman in Yanina's heart appear?" After repeating it 3 times, she picked up the mirror and raised it in front of her. Seizing this opportunity, Elizabeth suddenly turned her body and stretched out her head to take a glance. According to her expectations, she felt that she would see Selina's face and half her face. However, the only thing she saw was Selina. The tiny mirror only had Selina, and it was Selina's entire body. The mirror was completely pitch black, with Selina standing in the middle with a cold expression. Elizabeth trembled all over as she lunged backward and leaned against the sofa. She momentarily forgot to breathe. She involuntarily trembled and without giving an excuse, got up immediately, stumbling to the door. She didn't even dare to turn back to look at the beaming Selina. Yanina's gentleman will appear on the Sunday of the 2nd week, half a year later. Amidst giggles, Elizabeth opened the door and left the room to see Klein, who was standing in the shadows of the wall lamps in his tuxedo and half-top hat. "Mr. Moretti, aye." She stammered in a daze. Klein calmly smiled. "Don't disturb the girls and ladies inside." Infected by his smile, Elizabeth calmed down significantly. She extended her hand and closed the door as she quickly walked over to the wall lamp. "I saw it. I saw only Selina inside the mirror. A devil like Selina," she whispered hoarsely. "Indeed." Klein's expression turned serious as he asked in a deep voice. "Do you know which is Selina's bedroom? Do you know where her mysticism items are?" "There. The mysticism items are in there as well." Elizabeth didn't hesitate to point at a room diagonally across. Klein held his cane and walked over, opening the unlocked wooden door. Under the streetlights and the crimson moon's illumination, he turned a valve and lit a gas lamp. A pale yellow light glowed as he swept the area and found bottles of pure dew, flower essence, boxes of herbal powder, candles and amulets. These items were placed on tables or neatly arranged inside a rack. Their names were given on sticker labels. After confirming the items, Klein said to Elizabeth, who had followed behind him, "Do you want to save Selina?" "Yes." Elizabeth subconsciously nodded before asking in a daze, "Will it be dangerous?" "A certain amount. After all, I'm only a mysticism enthusiast," Klein replied frankly. "A certain amount of danger." Elizabeth pursed her lips tightly for a few seconds before saying, "Is there anything you need from me?" Klein smiled warmly as he comforted her, "Don't be nervous. Now, all you have to do is pretend to return as though nothing had happened. Return to Selina's side. 5 minutes later, remember, 5 minutes later, tell Selina that you have a pleasant surprise and bring her to me. Knock on the door softly, 1 long knock and 2 short ones. Following that, well, leave it to me." Elizabeth thought over it silently before nodding seriously. "All right." Seeing her return to the living room, Klein glanced at his pocket watch. He closed Selina's bedroom and quickly cleared the desk. Then, he picked the items needed and placed them on a chair. Immediately following that, he picked up 2 faint candles with a light aroma. He placed them on the upper left and right corners of the desk. They were symbols representing the Lady of Crimson and the Empress of Disaster and Horror. Klein planned on holding a ritual here to borrow the Evernight goddess's powers to ward off the mysterious and unknown existence that was affecting Selina. As he was only a sequence 9, the ritualistic magic he knew wasn't strong enough. In order to succeed, he needed Elizabeth to lure Selina into a sealing circle, right in the vicinity of the altar. Therefore, he needed to consider situations in which Selina might notice and resist. Due to these reasons, Klein planned on using suspension-style ritualistic magic. A paper and pencil game played using held or balanced pencils to produce answers to questions they asked. A board with letters, numbers, and other signs around its edge, to which a planchette, movable pointer, or upturned glass moves, supposedly an answer to questions from people at a séance. Suspension-style ritualistic magic referred to the termination of a ritual according to the Beyonder's judgment. They could finish other matters first before returning to continue the ritual. Even by doing so, it was still possible to gain the desired effects. This was a technique produced over 1,000 years of ritualistic magic development. After all, many high-level ritualistic magic required multiple steps. The duration ranged from an hour to half a day before finishing. It was difficult to ensure that no one disturbed them during the entire process or that there wouldn't be any accidents. After gaining lessons from various predecessors through blood and tears, gaining feedback through each failure, being able to suspend ritualistic magic became mainstream at the higher levels while it also indirectly affected the lower-level rituals. However, being able to suspend a ritual didn't mean that the ritual could be suspended at any time. One had to abide by mysticism theory and grasp the corresponding technique. If not, the failure of the ritual was unavoidable. It could even result in a terrifying backlash effect. Based on Klein's understanding, once one gained the attention of a particular divinity, and the divinity was waiting on the contents of the request, to suddenly say, "Wait, I need to use the bathroom," one can only be congratulated since they might never need to go to the bathroom ever again. Phew. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he composed himself. Even though he had held many luck enhancement rituals and had even designed a corresponding ritual that made an attempt at justice and the hanged man, this was his first actual ritualistic magic that abided by the rules. After looking at the silver inlaid cane by the side of the bed, Klein picked up the third candle and placed it in the middle of the desk to represent himself. He placed the silver bowl that Selena used for rituals in front of the third candle and replaced the axe with a sacred emblem. On the left were the pure dew and essential oils of the moonflower, slumber flower, and other plants. While on the right, he placed a plate of salt, a small silver dagger, a piece of fake goatskin, and a quill that was dipped in ink. Luckily, Selena had a complete inventory, otherwise, he wouldn't have had any way to complete the preparations. As for the moderately fast rituals that old Neil could perform, they were not something a seer could do. From the looks of it, Selena was quite an experienced mysticism enthusiast. Yes, if she wasn't experienced then she wouldn't have gotten into such trouble. She was only 16 and had been exposed to all of this for at least a year. Who had guided her? Ideas flashed through his mind as he picked up Selena's cup from the bed. He poured plain water into it and placed it beside the coarse salt. He took out his pocket watch and popped it open. He didn't delay any further after taking a glance at it. He traced layers of the spherical light in his mind and quickly entered meditation. The room that was filled with floral fragrance was suddenly subject to a formless whirlwind. Klein put away his pocket watch and his eyes suddenly turned darker, from brown to black, as though he could see through one's soul. He extended his palm and laid it against the candle on the top right corner. He chanted inwardly, "Evernight goddess, you are the Lady of Crimson." As Klein chanted, he extended his spirituality and rubbed the candle wick. After a couple of moments, the candle suddenly lit up, and there was a tranquil blue inside the dim yellow light. "Evernight goddess, you are the Empress of disaster and horror." Just like he did before, Klein successfully lit up the second candle on the top left corner. "I am your loyal guard, the shield that fends against danger in the dark night, and the long spear that stabs at evil in the silence." Whoosh! The third candle that symbolized Klein began to burn. The flame was still. He picked up the small silver knife and mimicked old Neil's motions. He used incantations, coarse salt, and plain water to fulfill the purification. Then, he let his spirituality that he had gathered spewed out from the tip of the silver dagger, and naturally merged them as one. With the silver knife in hand, Klein walked around the bedroom, kneeling when he came to the bed, and sealed the area with a formless barrier. The light from the street lamp outside the window suddenly disappeared, but the red light was still shining through quietly. Klein returned to the study desk and picked up the quill. With spirituality and ink, he drew incantations and symbols to ward off disaster. When all of that was finished, he put down the things he was holding. Then, he trickled a drop of pure dew, flower essence, and essential oils on each of the 3 candles. Sizzle! A faint fog filled the room which suddenly possessed an additional hint of mystery. Next, he burned a few types of herbs before taking a step back from the mixture of fragrances and began reciting the corresponding incantation in the suspension ritualistic magic. Nobler than the stars and more eternal than eternity, the Evernight Goddess. I pray for your loving grace. I pray for you to show your loving grace to a devout believer of yours. I pray for the power of the crimson. I pray for the powers of disaster and horror. I pray that you will cleanse your devout believer, Selena Wood, from evil's corruption and be safe from danger. I pray that you would wait for a moment for that unfortunate girl. Moonflower, a herb that belongs to the red moon, please bestow your powers to my incantation. Slumber flower, a herb that belongs to the red moon, please bestow your powers to my incantation. After reciting the incantation, Klein closed his eyes and repeated it 7 times in his heart. He saw that there was nothing out of the ordinary at the altar. He then lifted the silver dagger again and took a few steps back to the door of Selena's bedroom. He tapped his chest in 4 spots, forming the shape of the crimson moon. He then turned around and raised his silver dagger. His spirituality spewed out from the tip once again and sliced open the shape of a door in the formless wall. Klein knew that even if he opened the door at that very moment, it wouldn't affect the tranquility and holiness of the altar. He took out his silver vine-leaf pocket watch that had an intricate pattern. He checked the time and went through the process that was to happen in a few moments. In the living room on the 2nd floor, Elizabeth's body was quivering as she lifted her head from time to time to check the wall clock. She was counting down in silence under the illumination of the 2 gas lamps. It's almost time. As she spoke softly, she looked sideways at the lively girl with long wine-red hair. Her dimples were deep, her smile was bright, and she gossiped well with all the friends around her. But the more everything looked normal, the more terrified Elizabeth felt. The cold and horrifying Selena in the mirror seemed to be in her head, and she couldn't wipe the image away. I can't wait anymore. I have to take action now. Elizabeth suddenly stood up. Before everyone's shocked gazes, she smiled and stuttered, Selena, I have a surprise for you. Follow me out for a bit. Really? Didn't you give me a birthday present already? Selena flipped the mirror the other way around and stood up in surprise. A surprise will not have any signs. Elizabeth felt that she had no talent in acting at all. Without saying another word, she walked toward the bedroom door first. Selena followed behind with a confused smile. Melissa looked at her 2 best friends leaving, and unconsciously knitted her eyebrows. Elizabeth is acting so strange today. She started acting even stranger after she met Klein. She suddenly ran out earlier and said that she needed to use the bathroom, but why did she look so anxious? Selena's bedroom entrance. Elizabeth took a deep breath and said to the girl in front of her, let's go to your room. Elizabeth, you seem very nervous and afraid. Why? Selena looked puzzled at her good friend as she noticed her body trembling constantly. Excitement. Yes, excitement. Elizabeth shot a glance at the mirror in Selena's hand as she turned half her body around to knock on the door with a long knock followed by 2 short successive ones. Why are you knocking on the door? Selena was baffled even more. Creak. Her bedroom door opened. Dressed in his black tuxedo and half-top hat, Klein appeared in front of the 2 girls. Pleasant surprise? This is a pleasant surprise? Selena's mouth turned agape as she felt perplexed. At that moment, Klein suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed her by the wrist. He pulled her into the room as Elizabeth stood rooted to the ground. Simultaneously, Klein's silver dagger struck forward as it spewed out his spirituality, which quickly mended the door-shaped passage. The invisible spirituality wall sealed off the room, insulating Selena's screams within. Bang! Klein suddenly closed the door and without even looking at Selena, he rushed to the desk. The wine-red-haired girl stopped screaming as she looked up and surveyed the room. Her gaze rapidly turned cold as her skin was mottled with paleness. Her fingers rapidly grew sharp fingernails. And at this moment, Klein had already returned to his cogitation state. He trickled a drop of moonflower and essential oil onto each candle as he chanted loudly, Supreme Lady of Crimson, Great Empress of Disaster and Horror. I pray for you to bestow your loving grace. Show your loving grace to the lost lamb, Selena Wood. While chanting, he picked up the fake goatskin and pushed it onto the candle representing the requester. Whoosh! He felt a cold wind blow behind him as an immense energy assaulted his body. The goatskin was ignited and Klein threw it into a silver bowl. Then, he crouched downwards in accordance to his preparations to dodge the lethal strike. Whoosh! 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 The wind howled ferociously, and Klein felt the uncontrolled outpour of his spirituality surging like the currents. He saw the goatskin burning in the tiny silver bowl, burning in silent darkness, and he heard heavy items landing on the ground behind him. Bam! Bang! The two sounds followed one after another with almost no breaks in between. Wisps of dark green gases plunged into the silver bowl and vanished into the illusory darkness. Klein rolled to the side and got up. He drew his revolver from his armpit holster. However, he saw that the adorable red-haired girl Selena had fallen to the ground and the silver-coated mirror had shattered into countless broken pieces on the carpet. Those shattered pieces didn't reflect Selena, but showed the ceiling and Klein's silhouette. Then, through the spirit vision he had left active, Klein saw the wicked dark green in Selena's aura had vanished completely. Everything returned to normal, but she seemed more frail. Phew. He had just relaxed when he felt a sharp, throbbing pain in his glabella and head. The sharp pain spread all over his body and made him want to roll around on the floor. Klein held his fists tight, and the veins on the back of his hands popped and became black. They looked like moving worms. Simultaneously, he heard silent screams and the whispers that ripped at his mind. It took him nearly 20 seconds to survive the ordeal. His forehead and vest was soaked in cold sweat. The ritualistic magic I used sucked up all my spirituality and almost made my beyonder powers lose control? Klein made a rough guess of the situation. That also made him notice that he had digested quite a bit of the remaining energy in the potion. Based on his calculations, if he had the strength at the time he consumed the potion, he believed that there was no way he could have survived the ordeal. He could have become a monster straight away. Acting is quite effective after all. Klein tapped his glabella and wiped away his sweat. He turned towards the altar, tapped his chest 4 times, and said out loudly, "Praise the Lady." Following that, he extinguished the candles and quickly tidied up the altar. Finally, he placed the items back into the desk and used his silver dagger to dispel the spirituality wall seal. Whoosh! The sound of the wind echoed before subsiding. Klein let out a long sigh of relief and felt a sense of lingering fear. If I hadn't walked through the process beforehand and successfully completed the ritual, then things would have become troublesome. Besides, I still don't know who my opponent or enemy is. Thankfully, the room was carpeted, so I didn't damage my clothes while rolling. He shook his head and reached out to open the wooden door to Selena's bedroom. How was it? Elizabeth took 2 steps back and asked nervously. Klein looked at her terrified expression and took off his half-top hat before saying with a warm smile, I've already corrected the mistake of her magic mirror divination. It's been resolved now. Has it really been resolved? Elizabeth asked in disbelief. Klein smiled and nodded casually. Yes. It wasn't too hard. That last part was a lie. He added inwardly. Perhaps it was the fact that Klein had been calm and collected all this time, or perhaps he was her only ray of hope. Either way, Elizabeth didn't doubt him anymore. She patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you. You truly are a trustworthy gentleman. I was scared senseless just now. How is Selena? Is she fine now? She might remain unconscious for the next few minutes, but she's completely fine now. Oh, 2 to 3 days of weakness is to be expected. Klein suddenly had a stern expression on his face as he asked, who taught her mysticism? Didn't he tell her about the basic taboos? Elizabeth straightened up a little more like a student who had just been scolded by her teacher. She thought for a moment before saying, Selena once mentioned that her teacher is Hannes Vincent. She met him a year ago at the Divination Club on House Street. Hannes Vincent. On the surface, he didn't seem to teach anything questionable about magic mirror divination, but he's secretly been teaching dark divination. If I knew about this earlier, then I would have reported it to Captain and have raided him earlier. Klein felt some regret as he asked in a deep voice, was he also the one who taught Selena magic mirror divination? Klein was left with a lingering sense of fear because this matter had nearly affected his sister, Melissa. Elizabeth nodded cautiously. Yes, but Selena had tried magic mirror divination a few times without any success. Oh, today she told me that she had a peek at her teacher's hidden incantations and that there would be no problems. She was basically an expert at courting death. Klein massaged his temples to alleviate his headache. Do you still remember the incantations she recited? Well, although Hannes Vincent had not voluntarily imparted the dangerous knowledge to Selena, it's obvious that he had been experimenting with it to extend an invitation to a mysterious, unknown entity. This would become a problem sooner or later. It has to be dealt with quickly before it gets worse and becomes a problem for someone else. I remember a part of it. Elizabeth recalled. She recited it in Hermes. As you know, I was only exposed to Hermes just recently. All I remember is her using the terms revolve, spirit, creator, and grace. Creator? The true creator? Many underground mysticism enthusiasts believe in this ancient entity revered by many secret organizations. Yes, an entity that appeared 1,000 years ago during the early stages of the Fifth Epoch. Klein nodded amidst his thought and said, remember to ask Selena about the entire incantation after she wakes up, then find an opportunity to tell me. All right, Elizabeth replied without any reservations. But she immediately asked, feeling a little confused, Mr. Moretti, why don't you ask her yourself? I don't want to let Melissa know I enjoy mysticism. Can you help me keep that a secret? Klein asked in return. Elizabeth bit her lips, her eyes sparkling. No problem. Melissa prefers machines to mystery. She likes logic over instinct. Klein placed his hat in front of his chest and bowed gentlemanly. Thank you for your understanding. As for Selena, you do know that she's not someone who can keep a secret. A more accurate description is that she likes to share secrets with others, Elizabeth agreed. Klein put on his hat and thought for a moment before saying, remember to tell Selena after she wakes up that she suddenly fainted and shattered her mirror. I think her memory probably stopped at the point when she began the magic mirror divination. Seeing Elizabeth nod, he put on a stern expression once again and said, remember, be it divinations or trying other mysticism rituals, do not pray to any other entities other than the 7 orthodox divinities. You should immediately burn those types of incantations and stay far away from anyone distributing those materials. If I hadn't noticed this in time, Selena would have turned into a monster or an evil spirit in 10 minutes, and everyone here would have been killed, myself included. Thinking about the ice-cold Selena in the mirror, Elizabeth had no doubts about what Klein had just said. She sighed with lingering fear and said, I understand and I'll remember. I'll also keep an eye on Selena. All right, go and take care of Selena. Klein raised his black cane and walked toward the stairway. As he walked, his eyes became darker. He took out a single penny with his right hand and flicked it into the air. Selena is all right now. Selena is all right now. Klein quickly repeated the description, then caught the falling coin. He saw George III face facing upward. This was not a simplification of spirit dowsing. Instead, it was a simplification of dream divination. At that moment, Klein had forced himself into a state of sleep with the aid of cogitation in order to take a tour through the spirit world. The heads and tails of the coin were a symbolic manifestation. Heads represented affirmation, while tails indicated dissent. Great, everything is fine now. Klein twirled the bronze coin with his fingers happily. That was a simplification only a seer could accomplish. Elizabeth was staring at Klein's back and saw the flying coin before he caught it. Only when Klein vanished down the staircase did she turn to enter the bedroom. She saw Selena asleep on the floor with shattered pieces of the mirror beside her. She held her breath and tiptoed into the room as she looked at the fragments of the mirror. She made sure that the ice-cold Selena was no longer present. Instead, the fragments were reflecting the ceiling. Phew. Put completely at ease, Melissa heaved a long sigh of relief. But despite her efforts, she couldn't move Selena to the bed. Instead, she nudged her awake. Elizabeth. What happened to me? Did I get drunk? Selena asked weakly, the glow in her eyes having turned considerably dull while her eyes were filled with confusion. Elizabeth thought for a moment and replied in a serious tone, No, Selena, something happened to you. Your magic mirror divination invited a malicious entity. Is that so? Selena weakly made her way to the bed with Elizabeth's help. She rubbed her temple as she said, All I remember is when I started the magic mirror divination. Elizabeth told a half-truth, You were a completely different person during the ritual. The you in the mirror was completely different from the you in real life. I was very scared. Using the excuse of giving you a surprise, I brought you into the bedroom before I snatched your mirror and shattered it onto the carpet. After that, you fainted. Blessed be the goddess, you're okay now. I don't remember anything. Selena muttered, her face pale. The more Selena tried to remember, the emptier her mind became, and the more afraid she felt. Subconsciously, she glanced at her desk and noticed that the placement of items was clearly different. Just what happened exactly? Selena tried hard to remember, but she could only faintly remember a man in a black suit and hat. He was not strong or tall, but he had a straight back. Selena, Elizabeth said seriously, I met a mysticism expert when I went to the underground market to purchase the amulet. He said that we shouldn't pray to any entity other than the 7 orthodox divinities. Otherwise, we would be sure to invite disaster. Promise me, don't try this anymore. I didn't even know if what I did could save you just now. Selena was scared senseless. She nodded in a daze. No more, I'll never try this again. And, just what did the incantations of your mysticism mean? If I have the chance to meet the mysticism expert again, I will ask him for you, Elizabeth asked, feigning nonchalance. Selena rubbed her temple and said, Spirit that revolves this world, the grace of the true creator, the eyes that look at fate. Tap. 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 Klein smoothed the creases and patted the dust off his clothes as he walked down the stairs. After that, he took off his hat and returned slowly to the long dining table. Where did you go? It has been nearly 10 minutes, Selena's brother, Chris, asked as he folded his hand. Klein smiled and replied, to the bathroom, then upstairs to acquaint myself with the ladies. I appreciate your honesty, Chris praised in laughter. He had the red hair and short build that ran in their family. He wore gold-framed glasses and had quite the personality. He was an exceptional lawyer. You wouldn't say that if you knew that I had knocked your sister unconscious upstairs. Klein replied humbly, we were merely engaging in academic discussion. In the area of mysticism. He put down his hat and returned to his seat. He received his 2 cards as the new round started. Flipping up the corner of his cards, he saw the King of Spades and the Ace of Diamonds. Looks like I became luckier. Is this payback for doing a good deed? Klein took out a coin in preparation to place his bet. Since Hannes didn't intentionally reveal the incantation to Selena, there's no need for me to urgently report this to Captain. He continued his cautious playstyle in the following rounds, only betting when he had a good hand. He didn't take any chances to bluff and didn't win much. When the game ended at 10:30, he had won 6 pence. I won 2 soldi and 8 pence. Benson fiddled with the notes and coins in his hand. I didn't expect you to be an expert at poker, Klein praised, laughing. No, I don't play often, but I know that this is the same as negotiation. You have to hide your cards and figure out the hidden cards that people have before using various means to scare or entice them. Benson hadn't finished his sentence when he saw Melissa and the rest coming down from the 2nd floor. It's time to go home, said Klein as he glanced at his sister and her friends while rubbing his temples. The throbbing pain in his head remained. After that, Klein went to the bathroom once more and took the opportunity to walk past Elizabeth and obtain the complete incantation. Returning to his siblings, he smiled and said, "Oh right, I suddenly remembered something. I need to head back to the company for a while. Shall we go to Zutland Street first? It'll be quick." "What is it?" Benson asked casually. Melissa looked at her brother with a serious expression because she felt that Klein's behavior tonight was strange as well. In fact, it only looked slightly more normal than Elizabeth's behavior and, later, Selena's. Klein chuckled as he had long thought of an excuse and said, "There was a mistake in one of the document descriptions, and I already informed my colleagues that I would hand it over to them when I arrive early at the company tomorrow morning. So, I can either amend it now since it's on the way or wake up at least half an hour earlier tomorrow morning." "No doubt, I've chosen to do the former." "Ah, no wonder. I had a nagging feeling that your mind wasn't in the game, so you were actually thinking about work." Benson smiled, suddenly enlightened. "No, I apologize. I should say, the card game helped you think." "All right, we shall wait for you." Melissa looked away and smoothed out the ruffles of her engagiantes. As it was past the operation time for both track and trackless public carriages, the three siblings bid their hosts farewell before hiring a carriage nearby. It cost 2 soldi for 45 minutes. "I've heard that every carriage driver that rents out their own carriage adds ridiculous fees," Benson complained in a low voice. He had used most of the money that he won earlier to pay the driver. Klein smiled and replied, "I think it's very acceptable. After all, it is almost 11 o'clock. I was just joking. I thought that we could actually share the carriage with other guests. 45 minutes can take us to many places." Benson looked out of the window at the other people who were hiring carriages one after another. "I know, ride-sharing." Klein rubbed the top of his silver-inlaid cane and said, "We don't have a problem with that, but the other customers might." "Benson, did you notice that they care a lot about their image and at looking respectable? I think that might be common among the middle class." Benson nodded seriously and said, "The Wood family was much more extravagant than I imagined. However, Wood's weekly salary is only £4 per week. Looking respectable might be the biggest difference between the middle-class people and curly-haired baboons." "Do you have something against curly-haired baboons?" Klein almost burst out laughing. Melissa didn't join in on their discussion. She took a seat and sized up Klein from time to time. Her gaze was sending chills down his spine. The two-wheeled horse carriage was traveling quickly in the dark, quiet street. They arrived at Zutland Street in only 12 minutes. "Wait for me here." 5 minutes, it won't be more than 5 minutes, Klein emphasized. He put on his top hat, grabbed his cane, and got off the carriage. As the carriage driver was charging based on time instead of distance, the driver didn't mind waiting. Going up the stairs, Klein arrived at the Blackthorn Security Company and knocked on the door. Within 10 seconds, the door was opened wide. Leonard Mitchell appeared before him in a vest and shirt. "You're not on duty tonight," Leonard pointed out, looking surprised to see him. Klein was only on guard duty once a week for the Cheney skate. They maintained a regular work schedule for the rest of the time. As for emergencies that happened at night, they would be dealt with by the sleepless who enjoyed the night. However, only getting 2 to 3 hours of sleep a day can cause baldness and memory loss. Whenever he thought about this, Klein couldn't help but ridicule Captain Dunn Smith in his mind. "I have something to report," he answered simply. "There's a mission?" Leonard asked casually, moving aside. When Klein entered the reception hall, he saw Dunn coming out in his black windbreaker. His gray eyes were dark as usual. "Captain, I came across an incident involving the supernatural." "Give me the details," Dunn asked directly. Klein recounted the whole story from earlier and reported the steps that he took to deal with it. "So, I think there's a need to investigate Hannes Vincent. Back then he believed that since the evil entity that was invited by the magic mirror divination hadn't caused a disaster, and there was no indication that he was in extreme danger. That meant that the entity probably still needed more time. It didn't want to awaken or possess Selena ahead of time, therefore, as long as its goals were not exposed, the evil entity chose to observe the situation. Under such circumstances, it wasn't hard for Elizabeth to trick Selena to head to the entrance of the bedroom. You've done well. You seized the opportunity before the evil spirit fully materialized to possess her body completely. Dunn lifted his head lightly and said, "Let us take care of the follow-up investigations. You can return home to rest." Klein heaved a sigh of relief and chortled. "I thought you would make this my initiation mission and make me complete it alone." From the incantation that Elizabeth provided him, Hannes Vincent was certainly dangerous. "That's because there's already an initiation mission for you." The desultory Leonard chuckled by the side. "What?" Klein was shocked. Dunn smirked and explained with his soothing voice, "At around 7 tonight, the police station referred us to a case. From our initial assessments, there doesn't seem to be any danger or urgency, so it was decided that you would complete it on your own tomorrow." "Alright, don't ask about the case. Rest well tonight and move your day off to Tuesday or Wednesday." "Captain, doing that only affects my sleep. Plus, Monday afternoon is when the tarot gathering takes place. Do I need to send a postponement notification to Justice and the Hanged Man?" Klein shook his head and smiled bitterly. He then bade farewell and left. Exiting the stairway, he suddenly sensed something. He lifted his head to look towards the carriage that they had hired. He only saw Melissa looking at him silently through the window. When they made eye contact, Melissa suddenly looked away and sat properly. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched, and he got into the carriage, pretending nothing had happened. Under the crimson moon and pure night sky, the carriage moved quickly down one street after the other. When they returned home, Klein yielded the bathroom to Benson for his shower while he went to Melissa's bedroom and knocked twice. Melissa, who was planning to use the other bathroom, opened the door and looked at her brother suspiciously. "Melissa, do you have any questions that you'd like to ask?" "I know you do," Klein asked straightforwardly. "Don't just observe me in silence." Melissa's lips trembled and creased her eyebrows as she spoke. "Klein, what did you do to Elizabeth? She seemed a bit off. And, later on, Selena started acting very strange too." Klein had prepared his reply. "Do you know that Elizabeth and Selena are mysticism enthusiasts?" "Yeah, but I don't like it." "I don't think there's anything that can't be explained in this world," Melissa answered seriously after being momentarily taken aback. "Anything that seems unexplainable is due to the fact that the knowledge we have grasped is insufficient." "Yeah, I think so too," Klein echoed her sentiments guiltily. "I once thought so too, until I successfully courted death." He coughed lightly and continued, "Mysticism involves Hermes, the language used specifically for ancient worship ceremonies and prayers. Elizabeth knew that I am good at it. It is within a historian's domain after all. So, she asked me about the pronunciation of corresponding words and their actual meanings." Melissa nodded lightly, signifying her acceptance of her brother's explanation. It went according to her understanding of both parties. As for why Elizabeth and Selena became weird later on, I have no idea about the actual reasons. Klein removed himself from the picture first, then he said, "But, I can make a guess." "You managed to guess it?" Melissa blurted out in shock. Klein lifted his hand and patted his lips. "I could guess from the contents of what Elizabeth asked. The few Hermes words were related to divination, as well as the worshipping of evil entities." "Yes, when Selena did the magic mirror divination, did she recite in Hermes?" He proactively brought that up in order to remind his sister to keep her guard up against similar situations. It would be even better if she could cut off contact with Selena and Elizabeth. "Yes," Melissa replied after a delay. "I think I understand why Elizabeth and Selena were acting strange." Then, Klein asked deliberately, as Selena's magic mirror divination involved a wicked, illegal belief, perhaps Elizabeth found an opportunity to criticize and correct Selena's mistake after she clarified with me the actual meaning of the Hermes that Selena had used? "I think so." Melissa didn't doubt this conclusion because she had made the same deduction herself. Klein let out a breath of relief upon seeing that he had successfully directed the flow of the conversation. In the future, it's best if you advised Selena to put her beliefs in the orthodox. Then, he tapped 4 spots on his chest just like a priest. Yes, I will. Melissa replied, sounding determined. And, don't tell Elizabeth and Selena about our deduction or about the things that I've said. I actually promised Elizabeth not to tell you, Klein emphasized. Okay. Melissa nodded lightly. On Monday morning at 8, in the Blackthorn Security Company. Klein took off his hat and greeted Roseanne and Brett. After exchanging a few words, he entered Captain Dunsmith's office. He pushed the door open and looked around. He suddenly had a shock, because Dunn's face was pretty pale and his gray eyes looked clouded, without their usual darkness. What happened? Hannes Vincent? Klein asked in concern and shock. Dunn rubbed his forehead, took a sip of coffee, and replied with a bitter smile, Hannes Vincent is dead. Who killed him ahead of time? Klein sat before Dunn with his cane in hand. Dunn didn't answer immediately but sighed and said, Leonard and I went to look for Hannes Vincent last night. As his usual behavior didn't show any unusual signs and there was nothing odd about his house, I decided to enter his dreams to look for clues. In his dream. His eyes showed fear as Dunn repeated himself twice. That was when he said, in his dream, I saw a cross, a huge cross, one that blotted out the sky. On the huge cross there was a naked man nailed to it with black nails. His arms and legs were pinned with his arms extended outwards. He was hung upside down, his head hung low like a chandelier. There were strips of blood stains on his body. Upon seeing such a scene, I lost consciousness. I left Hannes Vincent's dream, and when I woke up, Leonard told me that Hannes had died in his sleep. Huge cross, hung upside down, the man covered in blood stains. It's similar to some of the stories of the true creator that some of the hidden organizations believe in, but there are considerable differences too. Klein made a deduction in suspicion. The few hidden organizations that believed in the true creator had only appeared in the last 2 or 3 centuries, such as the Aurora Order and the Iron and Blood Cross Order. However, similar such depictions had never disappeared over the past 1,000+ years. Dunn rubbed his forehead again. We'll follow up on this. As for you, go ahead and complete your initiation mission first. Klein nodded and said, all right, but I still don't know what my mission is. Nothing dangerous. I haven't seen any signs of danger at the very least, Dunn emphasized. This is a case which was referred to us by Golden Indus's police department. The famous philanthropist Sir Deweyville has been experiencing unusual harassment over the past month. Be it his bodyguards, the security guards he has employed, or the police, none of them have been able to find the culprit. Inspector Tolley, who is in charge of this case, suspects that it involves beyond our powers and, thus, handed the case over to us. I saw Sir Deweyville at the library the other day and noticed that he was feeling down and lethargic. So it was a result of being harassed. Klein knitted his brows and asked, what kind of harassment is it? There hasn't been any physical harm inflicted yet, thus, the harassment wouldn't be considered dangerous. Sir Deweyville hears moans and cries every night, no matter where he is, be it Tingen or not. This has affected his sleep quality negatively. Dunn flipped the notes in his hands. He has seen a psychiatrist and has asked his butlers and servants to confirm that it was not an illusion. Having confirmed that it isn't a hallucination, thus, it is suspected that someone is harassing him. Closing the file, Dunn looked up at Klein. Change into your probationary inspector uniform in the break room, then meet Inspector Tolley who is in charge of this case at the shooting club. He'll provide you with more details. Probationary inspector uniform? Klein asked instinctively. Dunn rubbed his forehead and smiled. Half of our salary comes from the police department, and the title of probationary inspector doesn't merely belong in the records. When you met Leonard and I for the first time, we were also wearing uniforms. This is a perk held by fully official members. Yes, the perks as Emperor Roselle would call it. Unfortunately, I can't wear it as a casual outfit. Otherwise, I'd be able to have another spare outfit when my clothes are being washed. Klein picked up his cane and bade farewell before leaving the captain's office. He headed toward the break room and saw a black and white checkered uniform, complete with leather boots, placed on the table. The uniform's peak cap was embroidered with the logo of the police department, 2 crossed swords and a crown. Located on the shoulder was a black and white epaulet with a shimmering silver star. "This is a probationary inspector uniform?" Klein glanced at the uniform and noticed a string of numbers under the silver stars, 06-254. He had some understanding of the police rank structure in the Lone Kingdom. He knew that those at the top were the minister and the chief secretary of the police force. Under them were the respective commissioners, deputy commissioners, assistant commissioners of the various police departments. Those in the middle were superintendents and inspectors, while those at the very bottom were the sergeants and constables. After closing the door, Klein took off his suit and hat before changing into the uniform. He hung his suit up and left the room. He made his way into the clerk's office and looked at himself using the full-body mirror that Roseanne brought to him. The young man in the mirror had black hair with gentle brown eyes. The uniform on his body accentuated him with a heroic spirit. Not bad. Klein praised himself narcissistically. He left his cane in the office and left the Blackthorn Security Company. Inside his pockets were a full set of equipment, ranging from weapons to his police badge. At the hall of the shooting club, Klein met Inspector Daly immediately since he was the only one in a police uniform. "Of course, there's me too," Klein thought. There were 2 silver stars on the epaulets of Inspector Daly's uniform. His clothes were propped up by his stomach and he had a thick blonde mustache. His frame was tall but not imposing. Perhaps it was imposing in the past. "Moretti? Klein Moretti?" Inspector Daly noticed Klein and welcomed him with a smile. "Hello, Inspector Daly, I believe that you have the right person," Klein replied amicably, then following his memories, he raised his right arm, kept his fingers straight and tight before saluting. Daly chuckled. "I can tell that you'll be a young man who's easy to get along with." "That's good. Shall we head to Sir Deweyville's place now?" Even though he was a higher rank than Klein, the tone in his query was obviously friendly. "No problem." Klein thought for a moment before he said, "You can fill me in on the details of the case on the carriage." "Sure." Daly stroked his thick blonde beard and guided Klein out of the shooting club. They boarded a carriage which was stopped on the other side of the road. There was the 2 crossed swords and a crowned police emblem on the carriage, and it came with a personal carriage driver. "Sir Deweyville is a believer of the goddess, so we referred the case to you," Daly said quickly as he sat down. "I know. The fine knight is a common figure on the covers of newspapers and magazines." Klein flashed a friendly smile. Daly picked up the document docket beside him and removed the seal before taking out the materials inside. As he flipped through them, he explained, "Regardless, even if you are aware of it, I need to provide you with the detailed briefing. Sir Deweyville is one of the richest tycoons of Tingen City. He built his career beginning with a lead and porcelain factory. It has now expanded to steel, coal, shipping, banking, and bonds. He is also a great philanthropist that has been praised by the king, having set up the Deweyville Charity Foundation, the Deweyville Trust, and the Deweyville Library. He was also knighted 5 years ago. If he were willing to run for mayor, I don't think anyone in Tingen City could contest with him. But Backland is his goal. He wants to become a member of parliament. We once suspected that the harassment might be related to this, but we have no clues to this date." Klein nodded slightly and said, "We can't rule out that possibility, but there's nothing to confirm that suspicion as of now." Daly didn't dwell on this point. He continued, "From the 6th of last month, Sir Deweyville has heard painful skin-numbing moans every night when he sleeps, akin to a patient's fight for his life. He has checked the surrounding rooms multiple times, but he hasn't found anything unusual. His butler and servants have also confirmed that they heard such sounds, but it is simply softer for them. In the beginning, Sir Deweyville believed that this matter would pass quickly and didn't pay too much attention to it. But the moans became more and more frequent, to the point of occasionally happening during the day. There was even the addition of heart-wrenching cries. This has made Sir Deweyville lose sleep. Time and time again he had no choice but to leave Tingen to his villa in the villages. But it was to no avail. The moans and cries persisted. Similarly, the phenomenon persisted even in Backlund, just that it wasn't as serious. He employed security guards to check his surroundings, but they didn't find any clues. Our preliminary investigations also came up with nothing. Sir Deweyville, who has been tortured for more than a month, is on the brink of collapse. He visited psychiatrists time and time again but was unable to have his problems resolved. He told us that if this problem was not solved within a month, he would leave Tingen and head to Backlund. He believes that there would be people who can help him there. After listening to Tolly's explanation, Klein quickly analyzed and came up with a few possibilities. He offended a beyonder and is suffering from a curse? No, if he was suffering from a curse, the butlers and servants in his house wouldn't hear the same things. There's a beyonder with unknown motives hidden among his servants and bodyguards? But the problem stems from the point that there has been no requests made of Sir Deweyville over the past month. Perhaps Sir Deweyville accidentally came into contact with some vengeful evil spirit? That possibility cannot be ruled out. The carriage entered the Golden Indus Borough while Klein was still deep in thought. It stopped at the door of Sir Deweyville's house. A steel fence surrounded a lush garden. There were 2 statues by the side of the hollowed metal gates, a magnificent fountain that showered a marble sculpture with water, an expansive 2-story building, as well as a path wide enough to fit 3 carriages. Even the knight's house is only 2 stories high. The newspaper reported that Backlund is experimenting with building 10-story apartments. Klein got off the carriage and saw a sergeant with 3 chevron stripes walking over briskly. He looked at Klein and saluted. "Good morning, sir." "Good morning." Klein nodded with a smile. Toly smiled. "This is Sergeant Gate, you can tell him if you need anything. This is Probationary Inspector Moretti, a history and psychological expert from the police department." Toly introduced Klein to Gate. "I don't deserve such a title." Klein felt a little embarrassed. After the greetings, Gate pointed to the 2-story building behind the fountain and said, "Sir Deweyville is waiting for us." "All right." Klein caressed the revolver at his waist. That was his best bet against an enemy. Since he was in police uniform, he could put his revolver in a holster at his hip, making it easier to draw it. As they spoke, the trio made their way down the path, around the fountain, and arrived outside the door. By then, the door was already opened by a servant who was waiting politely at the side. As Klein pretended to adjust his hat, he tapped twice on his glabella to activate his spirit vision before entering the house. The square-faced Sir Deweyville was massaging his forehead in the hall. He was clearly in low spirits. His blonde hair and blue eyes were either dry or dull, as though he had aged considerably by at least 5 years. "Good morning, Sir Deweyville." Klein, Toly, and Gate bowed at the same time. Sir Deweyville stood up and forced out a smile. "Good morning, officers. I hope that you can resolve what has been causing me distress." At that moment, Klein squinted and slightly knitted his brows. Other than his low spirits, Klein couldn't find any other problems with Sir Deweyville. "That's odd." He thought for a moment before he said, "Sir, in which room did you first hear the moans?" "My bedroom." Sir Deweyville shook his head. "Can we take a look?" inquired Klein. "Haven't you checked it many times?" the middle-aged butler interrupted from the side. It was clear that he didn't notice that Klein was the partner of the kind-hearted soul that had not pocketed the money that he picked up. Klein smiled, composed. "Those were my colleagues, not me." "Sir, this is an expert sent by the police agency," Toly said, taking the opportunity to introduce him. Deweyville looked at the young expert and said, "All right, Cullen, take him to my room." "Sir, I hope that you will come with us," Klein said seriously. Deweyville hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "If that can solve the problem." He grabbed his cane as he spoke. He made his way feebly toward the staircase with the butler Cullen and several guards beside him, ready to support him if needed. Klein surveyed the surroundings as he followed behind them silently. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. They arrived at the second story and entered the master bedroom. Klein didn't have the time to survey the surroundings when the hair on his body stood on their ends. This was feedback from his spiritual perception. Sir Deweyville's bedroom was larger than the living room and dining room of Klein's house combined. It was partitioned into a place for a bed, a living space, a changing room, a bathroom, and a study desk and bookshelves. The furnishings were exquisite, and the details were extravagant. But to Klein, the light seemed dimmer and the temperature was several degrees colder than the outside. At the same time, he seemed to hear the sound of sobbing and moaning, as though one was putting up a last-ditch struggle. Klein was in a trance, and everything suddenly returned to normal. The sunlight shone brightly through the window and poured over the entire bedroom. The temperature was reasonable, neither too high nor low. The surrounding policemen, bodyguards, and butler were quiet. No one spoke. This? He looked sideways at the classic yet luxurious bed. He felt there were pairs of blurry eyes lingering in the shadow, like the moths that fearlessly stayed around gas lamps. Taking a few steps closer, Klein lost the earlier images from his spirit vision. Not a standard wraith or an evil spirit. What is it exactly? Klein frowned and recalled the mysticism knowledge that he had been learning all this time. From what he had seen, the mission would have been easy if it was passed to a corpse collector, gravedigger, or spirit medium. It was obviously not within his domain of expertise. Holding back his urge to use divination as an investigative approach, Klein looked around slowly to look for other traces to confirm the few guesses on his mind. Inspector. Sir Deweyville hesitated and asked, "Did you discover anything?" "If it were that easy, I believe my colleagues wouldn't have waited until now," Klein replied, glancing at the philanthropist subconsciously. Just as he planned to retract his gaze, he suddenly saw that there was a faint white human figure reflected behind Sir Deweyville in the mirror behind him. No, there were many figures overlapping each other, resulting in a white distorted figure. The figure flashed by and Klein seemed to hear faint sobbing. Phew. He let out a breath to ease his nerves, having almost drawn his gun out of fright. Heightened spiritual perception with spirit vision will one day scare me senseless. Klein tried relaxing his tense nerves by joking around before redirecting his focus back onto Sir Deweyville. This time, he saw something different. Now that he was in the bedroom, Sir Deweyville had a faint and twisted figure shimmering around him. It even dimmed the lighting of that area. Every flash was accompanied by an illusionary cry and moan that could hardly be detected by an ordinary person. Hardly audible for an ordinary person under ordinary circumstances? Is it because it's daytime? Klein nodded as he thought. He had an initial judgment for this case. It was resentment that was haunting Sir Deweyville. It was the remnant spirituality that resulted from unresolved emotions before a human's death. If such feelings of resentment stayed in this world over a period of time, they would become a terrifying wrathful spirit after becoming stronger. However, Sir Deweyville was a famous philanthropist. Even Benson, who was a picky person, was in awe of him. Why would he be bogged down with the resentment of the dead? Is he actually two-faced? Could it be the means of a beyonder with nefarious intentions? Klein guessed the possibilities suspiciously. After some thought, he looked towards Deweyville and asked, "Honorable sir, I have a few questions." "Please ask." Deweyville sat down wearily. Klein organized his thoughts and asked, "When you leave here to go to a new place, such as the village or backland, do you temporarily get at least half a night's worth of peace before the situation resumes and gradually worsens? Even when you sleep during the daytime, are you able to hear moaning and sobbing sounds?" Deweyville's half-closed eyes suddenly widened as his deep blue eyes were suddenly beaming with hope. "Yes, did you find the root of the problem?" Only then did he realize that due to his extended period of insomnia and his poor mental state, he had completely forgotten to inform the police about such an important clue. Seeing that Klein's question had uncovered something useful, Inspector Daly relaxed. He knew that the Nighthawk had found a clue. Sergeant Gate was surprised and curious too. He couldn't help but look closely at the psychological expert, Klein. It coincided with the traits of gradual entanglement and the feature of accumulation. Having received the feedback, Klein had basically confirmed the cause. Then, he had two ways of helping Sir Deweyville to shake off the burden. One was to set up an altar directly around the man and remove the resentment of the dead entirely using ritualistic magic. The second option was to use other mysticism measures to find the root of the problem and solve it from there. Taking into consideration the rule of preventing commoners from learning of beyonder powers to the best of his abilities, Klein planned on first attempting the second method. Only if it failed would he pray to the goddess. "Sir, yours is a psychological illness, a mental problem." He spoke nonsense with absolute seriousness while looking at Deweyville. Sir Deweyville knitted his brows and asked in reply, "Are you telling me that I'm a mental patient, that I need to enter an asylum?" "No, nothing that serious. Actually, most people have psychological problems to one degree or another," Klein casually comforted him. "Please allow me to introduce myself again. I am a psychological expert from the Awa County Police." "Psychological expert?" Deweyville and his butler looked at Inspector Tolley, who they were familiar with. Tolley nodded seriously and confirmed that it was true. "All right, what do you need of me for my treatment? Besides, I don't understand why my butler, my bodyguards, and my servants will hear the sobbing and moaning as well." Deweyville held his walking stick with both hands, looking confused. Klein replied professionally, "I will explain it to you after it's resolved. Please tell your butler, your servants, and your bodyguards to leave. Inspector Tolley, Sergeant Gate, please leave as well. I need a quiet environment to begin the initial treatment." "A treatment with magic?" Inspector Tolley added in his heart and nodded at Sir Deweyville. Deweyville fell silent for more than 10 seconds before saying, "Cullen, take them to the living room on the second floor." "Yes, sir." Butler Cullen didn't retort since the request was made by a police officer, a probationary inspector, and a psychological expert. After watching them leave the room one after another and closing the door behind them, Klein looked at Deweyville, who had dark blonde hair and blue eyes, and said, "Sir, please lie down on your bed. Relax and try to sleep." "All right." Deweyville hung his coat and hat on the clothes rack before walking slowly to the side of the bed and then lay down. Klein drew all the curtains, turning the room dark. He took off his pendant and quickly used spirit pendulum to determine any dangers. Then, he sat on the rocking chair near the end of the bed, traced a spherical light in his mind, and entered cogitation. He allowed the world of spirituality to extend before his eyes. Then, he leaned against the back of the chair and fell into a deep sleep, allowing for his astral projection to make contact with the external world. He was using the technique of dream divination, to let himself be in the spiritual environment like he was dreaming, so as to communicate with each and every resentment that plagued Sir Deweyville. Only communication would be able to give him an answer and solve the problem. Whoosh! 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 A sad sob reverberated in Klein's ear, and he saw that the white translucent figures were floating around him. A painful groan echoed as Klein, who barely regained his mental processes, extended his right hand and touched one of them. Suddenly, the figures swarmed at him like moths darting toward a fire. The image before Klein's eyes suddenly turned blurry and his brain seemed to be cleaved into two. Half of his mind was calmly observing while the other half saw a mirror. In the mirror, there was a young girl dressed in worker garbs. She looked strong and fit as she walked in a dust-covered factory while her head throbbed in pain. Her eyesight occasionally turned blurry and her body became skinnier by the day. She seemed to hear someone calling her Charlotte, and the voice said that she had a hysterical illness. Hysterical illness? She looked towards the mirror and saw that she had a faint blue line on her gum. The mirror's view switched and Klein saw another girl called Mary. She too walked into the lead factory, young and lively. Suddenly, half of her face started twitching, followed by her arm and leg on the same side. "You have epilepsy," she heard someone say while her whole body was convulsing. As she twitched and fell, the intensity increased before she finally lost consciousness. There was another girl, and she was depressed. She was walking around the street in a daze, to the point of having a speech impediment. She had a very bad headache, and she had a blue line on her gums. She would also convulse from time to time. She met a doctor, and the doctor said, "Lafayette, this is a result of lead poisoning." The doctor looked at her with pity and saw her convulse again. She twitched continuously, and the doctor saw that her eyes had lost all their light. Many images appeared before Klein, and he remained immersed within them and calmly observed. Suddenly, he understood the plight of the girls. The female workers had been in extended contact with white lead. They had all died of lead poisoning as a result of long-term exposure to the dust and powder. Sir Deweyville had a lead factory under his name and also 2 porcelain factories. All of them hired comparatively cheaper female workers. Klein saw all of that in silence, and felt that there was something that still had not been clarified. Such death resentment was insignificant. They could not affect reality or have any effect on Deweyville even when accumulated. Unless there was a more powerful and stubborn resentment that had united them all. Just then, he saw another girl. The girl was no more than 18 years old, but she was glazing the porcelain in the factory. "Haley, how are you doing lately? Do you still have a headache? If it gets too serious, remember to inform me. Sir Deweyville has enforced a rule that people with severe headaches cannot continue being in contact with lead and must leave the factory," an elder lady asked with concern. Haley touched her forehead and replied with a smile, "Just a little, I'm okay." "Tell me tomorrow if it gets any worse," the elderly lady exhorted. Haley agreed. When she returned home, she massaged her forehead from time to time. She saw that her parents and brothers had returned, but their faces looked hopeless. "Your father and brothers lost their jobs," her mother said as she wiped her tears. Her father and brother hung their heads low and muttered, "We will try to get some work at the harbor. But we don't even have bread money for the day after tomorrow. Maybe we will need to move to Lower Street." Haley's mother looked at her with reddened eyes. "When are you getting your pay? It's 10 solely, right?" Haley massaged her forehead again. "Yeah, Saturday." Saturday. She didn't say anything else and remained as quiet as usual. She returned to the factory the next day and told her supervisor that her headache recovered and she felt fine. She smiled and walked 5 kilometers back and fro to work daily. She massaged her head more and more frequently. "You haven't found another job?" Haley couldn't help but ask her father and brother while looking at the soup which was boiling with black bread. Her father said in frustration, "The economy is in a recession. Many places are retrenching. Even the harbor jobs are sporadic. I could only get 3 solely and 7 pence a week." Haley sighed and fell into her usual silence. However, she hit her left hand that was twitching suddenly. On the second day, she walked to work again. The sun was shining brightly, and the street grew busier and busier with pedestrians. Suddenly, she started convulsing all over. She fell to the side of the road, foam spewing out of her mouth. She looked up into the sky and her gaze turned into a blur. She saw people walking past and others getting close. She saw a carriage pass by with the Deweyville family emblem with a white dove with its spread wings as if ready to take off. She tried hard to open her mouth, but she couldn't make a sound. So, she didn't say a thing, quiet as ever. But the difference this time was that she was dead. The original inspiration for these girls come from Jack London's The People of the Abyss. The scenery started to distort, turning illusory and began to fade away. After Klein left his dreamlike state, his vision adapted to the darkness in the room. He knew that with £1 and 10 solely, which was 30 solely a week, Benson didn't have an easy time supporting the family according to the standards of an average family. He had thought that the majority of workers earned 20 solely a week. He had once heard Melissa remark that Lower Street of Iron Cross Street had 5, 7, or even 10 families squeezing into the same room. He also learned from Benson that as a result of the situation in the southern continent, the kingdom's economy was in a recession for the past few months. He knew that a maid, with board and lodging provided, could earn between 3 solely and 6 pence to 6 solely a week. Klein extended his hand and pinched his glabella. He was silent for a long time until Sir Deweyville asked, "Officer, aren't you going to say anything? The psychiatrists I went to would always speak to me and ask questions in such a situation. However, I must say that I feel at peace. I almost fell asleep. I haven't heard any moans or cries yet. How did you do it? Klein leaned back in the rocking chair. Instead of providing an answer, he asked with a gentle tone, Sir, do you know about lead poisoning? Do you know about the dangers of lead? Deweyville fell silent for a few seconds. I did not know about it in the past, but I do now. Are you telling me that my psychological illness stems from my guilt toward the female lead and porcelain factory workers? Without waiting for Klein to answer, he continued just like he always had, in his position of power during a negotiation. Yes, I did feel guilty about this in the past, but I did compensate them. At my lead and porcelain factories, the workers do not earn less than other workers in the same industry. In Backland, lead and porcelain workers are paid no more than 8 solely a week, but I pay them 10, sometimes even more. Many people criticize me for breaking ranks since it makes it hard for them to recruit workers. If not for the Grain Act that made many farmers bankrupt, sending them to the cities, they would have had to raise their wages just like I did. Furthermore, I've also informed the supervisor of the factories to make sure that those with repeated headaches and blurry vision are to leave the areas where they are exposed to lead. If their illness is really severe, then they can even ask for help at my charity foundation. I think I have done enough. Klein spoke without a ripple of emotion in his voice. Sir, at times, you cannot imagine how important a salary is to a poor person. Simply losing work for a week or two can result in an irreversible loss to their family, a loss that would cause tremendous grief. He paused before saying, I am curious, why wouldn't a kind person like you install equipment that can protect against dust and lead poisoning in your factories? Deweyville looked at the ceiling and laughed ruefully. That would make my costs too high for me to bear. I would no longer be able to compete with other lead and porcelain companies. I no longer pay too much attention to my profits in these areas of my business. In fact, I am even willing to fork out some money. But what's the point of keeping the business if I have to keep doing that? That can only help a number of workers and not become a standard in the industry or affect change on other factories. That would merely result in me forking out money to support the workers. I heard that some factories even secretly hire slaves to minimize costs. Klein crossed his hands and said after a moment of silence, Sir, the root of your psychological illness comes from the buildup of guilt, despite you believing that the guilt has faded and disappeared over time. It wouldn't have any visible effects under normal circumstances, but there was something that triggered you and set off all the problems at once. Something that triggered me? I'm not aware of such a thing, Deweyville said puzzled, but with conviction. Klein allowed the chair to rock gently as he explained with a gentle tone, You did fall asleep for a few minutes just now, and you told me something. Hypnosis? Deweyville made a guess as he usually did. Klein did not give a direct reply and instead said, You once saw a girl dying on her way to work while you were on your carriage. She had died because of lead poisoning. She was one of your workers who glazed porcelain while she was still alive. Deweyville rubbed his temples, speechless before saying somewhat doubtful, I think that happened once, but I can't remember it clearly. His prolonged insomnia had left him in a poor mental state. He could only faintly recall seeing such a scene. He thought for a moment, but gave up taxing his brain. Instead, he asked, What was that worker's name? Well, what I meant was, what should I do to cure my psychological illness? Klein replied immediately, 2 things. First, the worker that died by the side of the road was called Haley Walker. That was what you told me. She was the most direct trigger, so you have to find her parents and give them more compensation. Second, spread information about the dangers of lead in the newspapers and magazines. Allow your charity foundation to help more workers who suffered from the damage. If you succeed in becoming a member of parliament, push for enacting laws in this domain. Deweyville sat up slowly and laughed in a self-deprecating manner. I will do all of the rest, but to enact a law, I think it's impossible since there is still competition from nations beyond our country. Setting up such a law would just slip the entire industry in the country into a crisis. Factories would become bankrupt one by one, and many workers would lose their jobs. Organizations that help the poor cannot save that many people. He slowly got off the bed and adjusted his collar. He then looked at Klein and said, "Haley Walker, right? I'll immediately get Cullen to retrieve information about her from the porcelain company and find her parents. Officer, please wait with me and continuously evaluate my mental state." "All right." Klein stood up slowly and smoothed his black and white checkered police uniform. At 11 in the morning in the living room of Deweyville. Klein sat on the sofa in silence as he looked at the man and woman being guided into the house by butler Cullen. The two guests had blemished skin, wrinkles already woven into their faces. The man had a slight hunch while the woman had a mole under her eyelid. They looked nearly identical to what Klein had seen through Haley, just older and more haggard. They were so skinny that they were almost all bone. Their clothes were old and ragged. Klein even learned that they couldn't continue living on Lower Street of Iron Cross Streets any further. Sob. Klein sensed an icy wind start to spiral through his spiritual perception. He pinched his glabella and shot a glance toward Sir Deweyville. It was unknown when a faint white, translucent, contorted figure had appeared behind him. Good morning, Honorable Sir." Haley's parents were unusually polite. Deweyville rubbed his forehead and asked, "Are the both of you Haley Walker's parents? Doesn't she also have a brother and a 2-year-old sister?" Haley's mother answered in fear, her brother broke his leg at the harbor some time back. "We got him to take care of his sister at home." Deweyville remained silent for a few seconds before he sighed. "My deepest condolences for what happened to Haley." Upon hearing that, the eyes of Haley's parents immediately turned red. They opened their mouths and said over each other, Thank you for your goodwill. The police told us that Haley died from lead poisoning." "That's the term, right?" "Oh, my poor child, she was only 17. She was always so quiet, so determined. You had sent someone to visit her before and sponsored her burial. She is buried at the Raphael Cemetery." Deweyville glanced at Klein and changed his sitting posture. He leaned forward and said with a serious tone, "That was actually an oversight of ours. I have to apologize. I have considered that I need to compensate Haley. Her weekly salary was 10 solely, was it not? 1 year would be 520 solely, or £26. Let's assume that she could have worked for another 10 years. Cullen, give Haley's parents £300. £300? Haley's parents were dumbfounded. They never had more than £1 of savings, even at their richest. It wasn't only them who were dazed. Even the expressions of the bodyguards and maids in the room were also all that of shock and envy. Even Sergeant Gate couldn't help but draw in a deep breath. His weekly salary was only £2 and among his subordinates, only one chevroned constable earned £1 a week. Amidst the silence, Butler Cullen walked out of the study and held a bulging sack. He opened the sack and revealed stacks of cash, some £1, some £5, but mostly made up of 1 or 5 solely. It was clear that Deweyville had made his subordinates receive change from the bank earlier. "It's an expression of Sir Deweyville's goodwill." Cullen handed the sack over to Haley's parents after receiving confirmation from his master. Haley's parents took the sack and rubbed their eyes, looking at it in disbelief. "No, this is too generous, we cannot accept this," they said as they held the sack tightly. Deweyville said in a deep voice, "This is what Haley deserves. Why, you truly are a noble, charitable knight." Haley's parents bowed repeatedly in agitation. They had smiles on their faces, smiles that they couldn't repress. They praised the knight repeatedly, repeating the same few adjectives they knew. They kept insisting that Haley would be grateful towards him in heaven. "Cullen, send them home." "Oh, take them to the bank first." Deweyville heaved a sigh of relief and instructed his butler. Haley's parents hugged the sack tightly and walked toward the door quickly without stopping. Klein saw the faint translucent figure behind Sir Deweyville attempt to extend its hands towards them, hoping to leave with them, but the parents' smiles were abnormally radiant. They didn't turn back. That figure turned fainter and, soon, vanished completely. Klein also sensed that the icy feeling in the guest hall had instantly returned to normal. From beginning to end, all he did was sit there silently, not expressing his opinion. "Officer, I feel much better. Now can you tell me why my butler, servants, and bodyguards could also hear the cries and moans? This shouldn't just be solely a psychological illness of mine, right?" Deweyville looked at him curiously. Inspector Daly, who knew the underlying truth, instantly became nervous. Klein replied without much expression, "In psychology, we call this phenomenon mass hysteria." Mass hysteria? Sir Deweyville, who had met many psychiatrists recently, ruminated over the term Klein had said. Despite their curiosity, his butler, bodyguards, and servants didn't make a single sound since they had not been given permission by him. As for Sergeant Gate, he looked towards Klein doubtfully as if he had never heard of that concept. Klein controlled his habit of tapping the armrest with his fingertips and calmly explained, "Humans can be fooled easily by their sensory organs. Mass hysteria is a kind of psychogenic illness that is a result of tense nerves and other factors amongst a group of individuals as they influence each other." The jargon he spewed out confused Sir Deweyville, Sergeant Gate, and the rest, causing them to subconsciously opt to believe him. "Let me give a simple example of this. This was one of the cases that I previously dealt with. One man held a dinner banquet and invited 35 guests. Midway, he suddenly felt disgusted and puked. After that, he even had severe diarrhea. After a couple times, he began to believe that he had gotten food poisoning. He shared his speculation with the other guests on the way to the hospital. In the next 2 hours, there were more than 30 guests that had diarrhea amongst the 35 guests, with 26 of them experiencing nausea. They flooded the entire emergency room of the hospital. The doctors went through a detailed examination and performed cross-checks, and they concluded that the very first man didn't have food poisoning at all. Instead, it was a result of stomach inflammation caused by the change of weather and cold liquor. The most surprising fact was that none of the guests who went to the hospital had food poisoning. In fact, not a single one of them was sick. That is mass hysteria. Deweyville nodded slightly and marveled, "I understand now. Humans do lie to themselves easily." It's no wonder that Emperor Roselle once said that a lie would become reality once it was repeated 100 times. "Officer, how may I address you?" "You are the most professional psychiatrist I have ever met." "Inspector Moretti." Klein pointed at his epaulette and said, "Sir, your troubles have been resolved temporarily for now. You can try to sleep now while I determine if there are any other problems. If you are able to sleep well, please allow us to bid farewell ahead of time instead of waiting for you to wake up." "All right." Deweyville massaged his forehead, took his cane, and walked upstairs to his bedroom. Half an hour later, a police carriage left the fountain at the door of Deweyville's residence. When Sergeant Gate got off on the way and returned to his police station, Inspector Daly looked towards Klein. He complimented in jest, "Even I believed that you were a real psychological expert." Before he finished his sentence, he saw the young man in a black and white checkered uniform looking expressionless. His eyes were deep and serene as he forced a smirk on his face and said, "I only had some experience with it in the past." Inspector Daly fell silent until the carriage arrived outside 36 Zutland Street. "Thank you for your assistance, allowing Sir Deweyville to be finally free from his problems and be able to find sleep again." He extended his hand and shook Klein's hand. "Thank Dunn on my behalf." Klein nodded slightly and said, "All right." He went up the stairs and returned to the Blackthorn Security Company. He knocked and entered the captain's office. "Dunn?" Dunn was waiting for his lunch. "Dunn." Klein massaged his forehead, and kept his reply short and simple. The root of the problem stemmed from the lead and porcelain factory under Sir Deweyville. From the moment they were established to this day, too many deaths have been caused by lead poisoning. And every accident left Sir Deweyville with some resentful spirituality. Generally speaking, that wouldn't bring too big of a problem. That might cause nightmares, at the most. Dunn had experienced similar cases with his plethora of experience. Klein nodded slightly and said, "Yes, that's usually the case." But, unfortunately, Sir Deweyville encountered a female worker who died of lead poisoning on the streets. She collapsed by the side of the street and happened to catch a glimpse of the Deweyville's family emblem. She also harbored intense indignation, worry, and desires. It was only when Sir Deweyville gave her parents, brother, and sister a compensation of £300 did her emotions dissipate. This is a societal problem. It isn't rare in the age of steam and machinery. Dunn took out his smoking pipe, smelled the tobacco, and sighed. Workers that make linen work in damp environments, and are generally diagnosed with bronchitis and joint-related ailments. As for factories with serious powder and dust issues, even if the dust isn't poisonous, it can still accumulate into lung problems. Sigh. We don't have to talk about this. As the kingdom develops, I believe these problems will be resolved. Klein, let's find a restaurant tonight to celebrate you becoming an official member, alright? Klein thought for a moment before saying, how about tomorrow? Captain, I have used spirit vision for an extended period of time today and also used dream divination to directly interact with those resentments. I'm feeling especially drained. I want to return home in the afternoon to get some rest. Would that be okay? Oh, then I'll head over to the divination club at about 4 or 5 in the afternoon to see how the club members are reacting to news of Han S. Vincent's sudden death. No problem, that's only necessary. Dunn chuckled. Tomorrow night it is. Let's do it at Old Will's restaurant next door. I'll get Roseanne to make a reservation. Klein took off his police peak cap and stood up to salute him. Thank you, Captain. See you tomorrow. Dunn lifted his hand and said, hold on, did you mention that Sir Deweyville gave the female workers' parents a compensation of £300? Yes. Klein nodded and immediately understood the reason why the captain had mentioned it. You are worried that they will get into trouble because of their wealth? Dunn sighed. I've seen many similar situations in the past. Pass me their address, I'll ask Kenley to arrange for them to leave Tingen for another city, to start life anew. Alright, Klein replied in a deep voice. With all of that done, he left Dunn's office and entered the break room diagonally opposite. He changed into his original suit and left the police uniform in his locker. Klein took the public carriage back to Daffodil Street in silence. He took off his coat and top hat. He then heated up the leftovers from last night and ate them with the last piece of wheat bread to fill his stomach. Then, he went to the second floor, hung his clothes, and slumped into bed. When he woke up, the pocket watch showed that it was already 2:10 in the afternoon. The sun was hanging high up in the sky and the sunlight shone through the clouds. Underneath the golden splendor, Klein stood next to his desk and looked out the oriel window. He watched the pedestrians in old ragged clothing as they entered or left Iron Cross Street. Phew. He let out a breath slowly, finally overcoming his low spirits. Every journey had to be taken one step at a time. Likewise, his sequence needed to be advanced one level at a time. Everything worked like that. He shook his head and sat down. He started concluding and reorganizing his encounter over the last week, so as to reinforce the important points in his mind to prevent himself from forgetting them. 5 minutes before 3 in the afternoon. Above a blurry, boundless, grayish-white, silent gray fog stood a lofty palace. An ancient mottled bronze table sat there quietly. On the seat of honor at the long table sat a man already engulfed by the thick gray fog. Klein leaned against the back of the chair and contemplated. He suddenly extended his hand and tapped on the crimson stars that represented justice and the hanged man. Backland, Empress Burrow. Audrey lifted her dress as she quickly walked towards her bedroom. Suddenly, she felt something and looked sideways at the shadow sitting on the balcony. As expected, she saw her golden retriever, Susie, who was sitting there in silence, observing her as always. Audrey sighed and drew a crimson moon on her chest. She then got closer and looked down at her golden retriever from a commanding position. Susie, that's not right. This is peeping. A spectator has to observe in an open manner. The golden retriever lifted its head to look at its owner and shook its tail. After nagging her dog, Audrey didn't delay any further and continued walking towards her bedroom again. In the few seconds of opening and closing the door, she suddenly had a weird idea. I wonder if Mr. Fool would allow Susie to enter that mysterious space. Then, there would be 4 members in the tarot gathering. And all of them would be Beyonders. No way, Susie can't talk. If they were to let her express her opinion and share her thoughts, what would she do? Woof woof woof? Hell hell. Why am I mimicking a dog's bark here? Just imagining such a scene feels really strange. A mysterious and solemn gathering with the sudden barking of a dog. Mr. Fool would definitely kick us out of the tarot gathering directly. Audrey locked the door and sat by the side of her bed. She took out a piece of old yellowish-brown paper from underneath her pillow. She read it repeatedly and entered her spectator state. In a particular area of the Sonia Sea, an old sailboat which was in pursuit of the listener had already left the Rorstad archipelago. Seafarer Alger Wilson was worried that the wall clock's machinery would malfunction, so he entered the captain's cabin about half an hour earlier in case he had misjudged the time, which would cause his subordinates to see him getting pulled into the tarot gathering. In front of him was a glass of nearly transparent liquor. The rich aroma swirled strand after strand into his nostrils. Alger trembled once again when he thought of the impending gathering, the boundless fog that presented itself in front of him in the hotel's corridor, and the mysterious fool who sat in the middle of the grey fog. He lifted his glass and took a gulp, using the burning sensation in his throat to ease the emotions that had stirred within him. Very soon, he restored his calm. He was as calm and stoic as he always was. Above the grey fog, gigantic stone columns held up a majestic divine hall. 2 dark red blobs extended out into faint human figures by the side of the ancient mottled bronze table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Augmented with a blurry effect, Audrey greeted him with a bow and smiled. It is unfortunate that there is no wine here, otherwise, we could have a toast to your successful trial. She was referring to the ritualistic magic. You are more powerful than we imagined, Alger Wilson praised as well. Klein was surrounded by the thick fog as usual. He pressed down with his right arm and spoke with his normal tone, replying as though it was natural. Great, this means that we are on the path of excellence. If you have any matters to tend to that leave you unable to attend the gathering on Mondays, conduct the ritual and inform me. All you have to do is change the line in the incantation "I pray for a good dream" with the reason. All right, Audrey quickly agreed. Mr. Fool, I obtained another page of Emperor Roselle's diary. I believe I still owe you 1 page. I was away from land this week and haven't found any new pages. Alger placed his right hand near his chest and bowed in apology. No matter. I expected my request to take a long time. Klein leaned back into his chair and tapped the armrest with his index finger. He looked at Miss Justice and said, "You can express the contents of the diary now." Audrey bowed slightly and said, "As you wish." A pen suddenly appeared before her. She recalled the symbols that she had memorized and tried her best to transcribe them. In seconds, she saw that the goatskin was already filled with content. The strange symbols neatly covered the entire page. After checking the contents, she put down the fountain pen and said, "It's done." Klein raised his hand and the goatskin parchment appeared in his palm. Shifting his gaze down, he started reading without emotion. July 9th. I suddenly thought of an interesting question. Since the sequence pathways are also called the blessings of the divinities or pathways of the divinities, then why would the stone slate that records the completed 22 sequence pathways be called the blasphemy slate? Blasphemy, what an interesting term. Just who is the one blasphemed? And who created the blasphemy slate? How could that person hold all of the sequence pathways? Just what other information was on the stone? I really want to see it. July 12th. I've realized another fact today. The sealed artifacts are an important component of a church's overall strength, even though some of the sealed items are very, very dangerous. Among the 7 churches, the god of craftsmanship wields the least number of sealed artifacts, which are also relatively less dangerous. Did I join an organization without a future? No, I should think of it this way, only a blank piece of paper can produce a good painting. A weak organization is the best place for me to display my abilities. July 14th. I saw that mysterious Mr. Zeradal again. I never expected him to be the leader of an ancient organization, the Secret Order. Klein's pupils constricted when he read this. He nearly revealed an unnatural expression. The Zeradal family only had a certain connection with the Secret Order in the notes of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. But now, he learned from Emperor Roselle that the mysterious Mr. Zeradal was further determined to be the leader of the Secret Order. From the looks of it, it is an unquestionable fact that the Secret Order holds the seer sequence pathway. While Klein was reading the diary, Audrey looked over and began observing him out of habit. However, her field of vision was completely obscured by the thick fog. Momentarily taken aback, Audrey snapped back to her senses and turned her head frantically to look at the other illusory dark red star. I was too reckless, too insolent, too foolish in trying to observe Mr. Fool. I was lucky that he isn't angry. Audrey stuck out her tongue secretly and pretended to admire the scenery. She was just short of humming a lively tune. Alger sat silently, his gaze never leaving the long bronze table. He knew his place, as if he was in the presence of a true god. Klein collected himself and scanned the last portion of the diary. After learning that I had become a savant, Mr. Zeradal mentioned that I had chosen a difficult, yet relatively safe path. I asked him why that was the case, but all he did was smile before telling me that the sequence pathway contained secrets beyond my imagination. I couldn't help but ask him which sequence pathway he selected. He told me that his sequence 9 was seer. I intentionally mocked him and asked if every seer only disclosed half-truths, never explaining things more clearly. Furthermore, he was clearly a powerful high-sequence beyonder. There was no need for him to continue acting as a seer. Mr. Zeradal told me that it was a habit he adopted from back when he was a seer, and that this was a method that could pique my curiosity and make me cooperate with him. He hoped that I could help him steal a dangerous sealed item from the Church of the God of Craftsmanship, a relic of the Antigonus family. Clearly, this must wait until I become a core member of the Church of the God of Craftsmanship. I asked Mr. Zeradal how long it would take to digest the potion if I used the acting method, and what standards I should use to determine if I had digested it completely. He told me that for the lower sequences, it would only take half a year to digest the potion as long as one strictly used the acting method. In fact, in the fastest case, it might only take a month. And standard measure for progress was simple: every beyonder would sense it immediately once the potion was completely digested. It is what it is. I asked him for more details, but he merely smiled at me. To hell with his smiles, I'll beat up every seer I see when I become a high-sequence beyonder. Rest in peace, Emperor. Klein read the diary several times before looking at Justice and the Hanged Man again. Sorry for the wait. It is our honor. Audrey was still shocked, forgetting that she was a spectator. She looked at the Hanged Man and organized her words. Where can I find the psychology alchemists? Psychology alchemists. Klein suddenly recalled the man buying supplementary ingredients for the spectator potion at the Tingen underground market. Perhaps he was a member of the psychology alchemists? Just as Klein was considering how to get closer to that man, the Hanged Man, Alger Wilson shook his head and said, Miss Justice, firstly, I don't have a clue. Secondly, I don't think there's any rush in seeking out the psychology alchemists. What you should focus on now is completely digesting the spectator potion. Audrey glanced at the fool and noticed that he didn't have any intention of adding to the conversation. She nodded in disappointment and said, All I want is to have plenty of time to prepare so that I can approach them more naturally. All right, then when can I digest the spectator potion and stop acting? Is there a standard that indicates when I can? I'm almost at the point where I no longer feel frustrated, nor do I hear the constant murmuring anymore. Alger looked at the fool in the fog but saw that he didn't have any intention of speaking. He then deliberated before saying, If you don't use the acting method, the typical rule of thumb is to wait 3 years and confirm that you no longer feel restless or receive any auditory or visual illusions. There is one simple test to determine when you can. That method is to exhaust your body to its limit. If you still don't hear any maniacal murmurings or see any strange things at that point, that would mean that you're ready to advance. With regards to the acting method, I have also just come into contact with it. It feels good, so I don't think it'll take 3 years. That wasn't useful at all. 3 years, that's too long. Audrey criticized inwardly. She had just thought about this when she heard an armrest being tapped. Audrey froze, then turned her head in joy. She saw the fool tapping on the edge of the long table. Alger sat straighter, waiting for the fool to speak. Klein said in his normal tone, "For low-sequence beyonders, as long as you strictly stick to acting, you should be able to digest the medicine in half a year. It's even possible to do it in a month." He looked at Justice and added, "As for the signs of digestion, you'll know it when it comes. It doesn't need to be taught." 1 month. Great. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Audrey exclaimed while brimming with joy. Miss Justice, don't think that you are the chosen one. The key point is half a year. Klein lifted his right hand and placed it beside his lips. Half a year. Alger repeated softly. Audrey sensed joy, relief, and intense doubt in his tone. What is he suspicious about? Audrey thought as she asked, Mr. Fool, have you considered adding more members? Klein leaned back casually. He had long prepared an answer. This started as a trial, so I didn't spend much time thinking about extending our meetings. But now, as a regular gathering, we must choose our members carefully. Secrecy is our motto. Audrey nodded gently and said, that is to say that we have to follow a process of observation, recommendation, and testing process. Yes, a process. You can interpret it that way, Klein affirmed. In his mind he was thinking about how he could inquire about the secret order and the clown potion. How can I ask questions in a way that befits my status? Klein was placed in a difficult spot. At that moment, realizing that Justice temporarily had nothing else to say, Alger took the initiative to speak. I've heard that a listener from the Aurora Order is searching for traces of the true creator, which is the holy residence they advocate. True creator? Audrey asked, puzzled. It is an ancient entity worshipped by numerous secret organizations and cults. They believe that the creator hasn't completely perished. The core he left behind is the true creator. Alger gave a rough explanation. Since the 5th epoch, the true creator has appeared in many forms, such as the hanged giant or the eye behind the shadow curtains. Many people believe that Emperor Roselle referenced the imagery of the true creator when he was creating the tarot cards, hence, there exists the card of the hanged man. At this point, he looked at Klein and said, Mr. Fool, there's nothing with what I said, right? Is he trying to probe for my views on the true creator? Klein thought about the bloody man on the cross that the captain saw in Hannes Vincent's dream and immediately had an idea. Doesn't both the hanging and the shadows imply evil connotations? Therefore, he chuckled and said, I am more inclined to call him the fallen creator. The fallen creator. Fallen. Alger ruminated over the fool's words and fell deep in thought. However, what struck Alger the most was the fool's relaxed, natural, and nonchalant attitude. He acted as if they were equal. If he hadn't experienced their previous ritual, Alger might have thought the fool was merely bluffing, and building himself up to intimidate him in justice. But now, he was of the opinion that even if the fool was inferior to the true creator, he was at least close to that level. It's dangerous. It's also an opportunity. Alger muttered softly. He then spoke with a smile, Mr. Fool, your description is indeed more appropriate. According to our observations, Beyonders who believed in the true creator, no, the fallen creator, have a higher probability of losing control. The rest of them are mostly psychopaths. That's something that the Nighthawk's intelligence mentioned as well. And the so-called psychopaths didn't lose their sanity, instead, their ideologies become twisted. Klein maintained his seated posture but didn't continue with the conversation. He was still considering how to inquire about the secret order and clown potion, but he couldn't figure out a way of asking the questions in a way that fit with his persona. It's such a pity that the gathering is still so different from an internet forum. Otherwise, I could create another SMF account to join the gathering, and that account would be in charge of asking questions that are inconvenient for me to ask. Perhaps, one day, I'll learn mirror-related magic and give it a try. For example, I can make half the members here my SMF accounts. There are 22 chairs here, and there are 22 cards in the tarot deck. That matches up perfectly. But when I created this divine hall, I didn't even name myself the Fool or have any intention of forming a tarot club. Do these symbolize the 22 different sequence pathways? I wanted a divine hall, so a divine hall appeared. If I wanted a SMF account, would I get a SMF account? Upon seeing the Fool remain silently engulfed in the thick gray fog, Audrey asked both wistfully and curiously, "That sounds scary. Mr. Hanged Man, could you share, in detail, information about each and every mysterious organization? And also the matters regarding each secret cult? It's hard for me to come into contact with them during my daily life. I can only understand them through the both of you. I'm willing to pay for it. May I know what you'd like in return?" That's a great question. Miss Justice, you're playing the role of my SMF account to a certain extent. This way, the Hanged Man will definitely bring up the secret order. You're the best. Klein's mind stirred when he heard that, but he didn't let his emotions show through his expression or movements. Alger thought for a moment before saying, "I need money, £1,000. It'd be best if they weren't bills marked by a serial number. Or maybe gemstones that have just been unearthed. Price them according to the Backland Jewelry Exchange's monthly average price." £1,000? That's a huge sum of money. It could be used to buy a house in a high-class street in Tingen City. Not everyone would have that available immediately. Captain might have an annual salary like that, I guess. Haley's death compensation was only £300. Although Miss Justice is a noble, she obviously hasn't inherited her family's wealth yet, and she'll only be receiving some sort of annual allowance. It's no wonder that the Hanged Man stated that it could be paid via gemstones. Klein was very sensitive towards monetary figures. Luckily, he was blanketed in thick fog. For a single lady or madam, £2,000 could let her live a decent life. If £2,000 were invested, the investment could reliably produce an annual return of about £100. £1,000? Audrey said, sounding shocked. She then replied happily, "No problem, do I send it to the previous address?" Judging by Miss Justice's tone, she finds it very cheap? Klein didn't look over. Alger was quiet for a good 20 seconds before he said, "Yes, send it to the Warrior and Sea Bar at Pelican Street, in the White Rose borough of Pritz Harbor. Tell the boss, Williams, that it's what the captain wants." "All right." Audrey leaned back and posed in a spectator-like manner. "Mr. Hanged Man, you can start now." Alger looked at the Fool, deliberated for a moment before saying slowly, "Let's start from the Moses Ascetic Order. It is the earliest hidden organization. Of course, many think that the earliest hidden organizations are the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Church of Mother Earth, and the Church of the God of Combat. These people must be from the Church of Lord of Storms, the Church of Eternal Blazing Sun, or the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom," Audrey refuted sulkily. "The Church of the Goddess is the earliest hidden organization?" That was the first time Klein had heard of such a claim. What exactly happened in the fourth epoch or the third epoch? Alger smiled and said, "The truth is buried in ancient history. Only one thing is certain, no one has ever said that the Church of Lord of Storms, the Church of Eternal Blazing Sun, or the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were once hidden organizations. Alright, let's save some time and return to main topic. The Moses Ascetic Order was first established by a few humans that had read the blasphemy slate. They believed in a non-anthropomorphic god, called the Hidden Sage. The description is that of a god, but it is more of an ideology, a natural law. For example, all objects are numeric. The Hidden Sage is an embodiment of spirit numerology. Or that knowledge is supreme, and the Hidden Sage is knowledge itself. Hence, the original Moses Ascetic Order was a very respectable organization, and it maintained a good relationship with the other major churches. The members of the organization led ascetic lives to resist losing control and to resolve the effects of the remnant potion. They strictly kept their order's secrets, and they upheld moral and religious precepts. They believed that humans continuously reincarnate after death. The sequence 9 that they grasp is called mystery prior. The word warlock was also spread from that organization. Audrey listened to the hanged man's description carefully and asked sharply, "You said that the Moses ascetic order used to be a respectable organization. Are they not one anymore?" Alger nodded his head indiscernibly. "Yes, they have fallen into corruption and are now an evil organization." "Why?" "I find their beliefs very good and very normal," Audrey expressed her confusion. That was Klein's confusion too. The information that he could get at his security clearance didn't provide the reason for the Moses ascetic order's fall from grace. Alger looked at the unfathomable fool and tersely agreed. "I am not sure of the real reason. It might be because it has been buried by history. However, I have heard one terrifying explanation. In that story, the main reason why the Moses ascetic order fell into corruption was because the god that they believed in, the hidden sage, had come to life. He became the personification of an evil god." "Came to life? How?" Audrey found it unimaginable as she replied with an incredulous tone. Without realizing it, she had exited from her spectator state. "It's like a horror story, but the ghost is even a god." Klein's heart stirred with a surge of emotions as well. "I'm sorry, no one knows the answer." Alger had originally wanted to casually say, maybe Mr. Fool would know, but he held back the urge. He had already teetered on the borders of danger once. In the Book of Storms 5:7, there was a saying that Alger remembered clearly, which was, "Do not test God." Audrey calmed herself down and didn't press for more answers. She gestured for him to continue. Klein maintained his seated posture and his silence, validating the hanged man's descriptions with his own understanding. Finally, he realized that there were 4 points that he needed to take note of. First, the Demonis sect was also known as the Demonis family in the 4th epoch. Back then, they had very few members, and their beliefs were passed down through their bloodlines. Plus, they would kill the fathers of their children and abandon the baby boys. Hence, all the members were female. Of course, that was all from Alger's description, and there was no way to verify it at the moment. Second, the numinous episcopate that believed in death and the Rose school of thought that liked bloody sacrificial worship ceremonies both originated in the southern continent. After the colonial era came, they almost vanished under attacks by the 7 churches. But as such, they began spreading to the northern continent. Third, the current psychology alchemists was similar to the earlier Moses ascetic order. They believed in a non-anthropomorphic existence and believed that the human spirit could change everything. Fourth, the secret order had the lowest activity level among all the other hidden organizations. Thus, they were the most unknown. Every time they appeared, they seemed to be after something or looking for something. What are they after or looking for? Klein suddenly recalled the diary which he had read earlier. The leader of the secret order, Zeradal, cooperated with the Roselle. His goal was to get something left behind by the Antigonus family. Their appearance that time was to look for the lost notebook, the Antigonus family notebook. Klein narrowed his eyes slightly and felt that he had apparently found the key reason for the secret order's actions. They are after the things that the Antigonus family left behind. Klein suppressed his urge to tap the edge of the table as his thoughts appeared one after another. Oh, they were looking for remnant traces the Antigonus family left behind? Then must I direct my focus onto these areas to obtain the clown potion formula from the secret order? After a further exchange of information, Klein announced the end of the gathering. By your will. Audrey and Alger stood up together. Cutting off the connections, he saw both their figures shatter and disappear. Klein rubbed his glabella and attempted conjuring a Smuff account with his mind. As he thought, a figure appeared at the furthest end of the long bronze table. That figure was wearing a black tuxedo, a silk top hat, and a dull expression. His actions were clumsy and inarticulate. Even though he was engulfed in gray fog, it was obvious that something was wrong with him. That won't do. Klein experimented a few more times before sighing and dismissing the idea of creating a SMF account. He attempted other things too. He continued to sit above the gray fog in the seat of honor at the long bronze table. He considered what Audrey had said, and he cast his gaze curiously at the illusory crimson stars. After a moment of silence, Klein started to pray as a form of feedback instead of establishing contact with those stars. Amidst the tranquility and silence, he didn't receive any feedback from the 10+ crimson stars nearby. In order to receive feedback, I need to pull someone above the gray fog before I can reply? Klein nodded as he thought, feeling somewhat disappointed. He didn't want to violate someone else's will and forcefully pull them into this mysterious space. Klein was just getting ready to leave, but he habitually touched a nearby illusory crimson star. Just then, he suddenly felt that there was a faint and insignificant prayer deep inside the crimson star. A prayer? Klein's mind stirred as he used the same method he used back when he spied on the hanged man. He allowed his spirituality to spread outward and touch the crimson blob. A hazy and contorted image appeared within his sight. He could faintly see a blonde teen kneeling on the ground, facing a pure crystal ball. That teenager was dressed in a tight-fitting black outfit, with a style very different from the contemporary styles of the Lone Kingdom. It was more congruent with the traditional clothing of the Faesak Empire and the Intis Republic that Klein had seen from reading magazines. The area surrounding the teenager was dark and had old furniture. From time to time, the room would be illuminated, but Klein couldn't hear the roaring thunder or the pattering of rain. In the image, the teenager had his hands on his forehead, fingers crossed. He bowed forward, continually praying for something. His thick accent buzzed in Klein's ears. Klein listened attentively but discovered an awkward fact. He couldn't understand what the other party was saying. It was a language that he had never come across in his life. To think that I cannot understand a foreign language even though I am the mysterious ruler of this world above the gray fog. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. He indignantly tried listening in once again in a manner more attentive than when he had to do English listening comprehension tests back on Earth. As he was listening to the prayers, he gradually discovered something. Even though he had never learned the language the young man was speaking, he found that it had similarities to ancient Faesak. Father. Mother. Those are likely the meanings of those two terms, right? It is quite similar to ancient Faesak, but not without its differences. Klein creased his brows and slipped into deep thought. Ancient Faesak was a common language in the Fourth Epoch. It is also the root language of all the contemporary languages of this era. Furthermore, it is still evolving. I cannot confirm it right now. He listened to it over and over again, eliminating the possibility of the language being a modern language like Lone, Faesak, or Intis. Could it be a dialect of ancient Faesak? Like the language used in the Antigonus family's diary? Klein tapped his finger on the edge of the bronze table and nodded indiscernibly. There was another possibility. Ancient Faesak didn't spring into existence out of nothing, it was an evolution of Jotun, the language of the giants. The Faesak Empire in the north has always claimed that its people possesses the bloodline of the giants. Perhaps, this is ancient Jotun. At this point, Klein, who lacked knowledge, could only stop. He retracted his spirituality, without looking or listening into that scene. He had no intention of pulling the praying teen up above the fog immediately. He wanted to know what the young man was talking about first. Of course, before that, he had to observe him frequently and conduct basic tests. Phew. Klein exhaled as he leaned back in his chair. He enveloped himself with his spirituality and simulated the feeling of falling. After revising Roselle's diary, Klein changed into his formal wear and left for the divination club. He took the public transport despite his pay rise, but he did splurge to support Mrs. Wendy's business. He spent 1.5 pence on sweet iced tea to combat the afternoon heat. When he arrived at House Street, Klein tossed the empty cup into the trash can and walked up to the second floor. Before entering the building, he pinched his glabella and activated his spirit vision. Klein had just entered the hall when he felt a faint, lingering grief. The pretty receptionist Angelica was sitting there, her slightly red eyes looked unfocused. "The grief will pass in time," Klein said with a gentle and firm tone as he walked toward Angelica. Angelica looked up abruptly and muttered, clearly confused, "Mr. Moretti." She quickly came to her senses and asked, perturbed, "Why, you already know about Mr. Vincent?" "Oh right, I forgot that you're an exceptional fortune-teller." Klein sighed appropriately. "I only managed to divine a very rough outline of what transpired." "Just what exactly happened to Mr. Vincent?" "The boss told us that Mr. Vincent had a heart attack in his sleep and left this world peacefully." Angelica cried as she said, "He was so friendly, so polite, a true gentleman. He was the spiritual mentor of so many of our members. He was still so young." "I am sorry for bringing up this sad topic." Klein didn't console her any further. He walked toward the meeting room slowly. Angelica took out a handkerchief and wiped her eyes and nose. She then looked at Klein's back and asked loudly, "Mr. Moretti, what would you like to drink?" "Black tea." Klein preferred black tea to coffee, even though he found the black tea average. In comparison, he preferred ginger beer and sweet iced tea. But as a gentleman, it was not right for him to act like a child in a formal setting. As it was a Monday, there were only 5 or 6 members in the meeting room. Using his spirit vision, Klein saw that they each had different colors of emotion. Some were grieving, some more dull, some relatively unaffected. "They're all rather normal reactions." Klein nodded slightly. He picked up his cane and found a spot in the room. He was about to deactivate his spirit vision when he saw Angelica walk in and walk towards him. "Mr. Moretti, a customer is looking for you." "Well, it's the person from last time," the beautiful lady said with a hushed tone. "You still remember him?" Klein asked with a smile. I wonder if he bought the magical medicine as I instructed. I wonder if he still needs surgery." Angelica covered her mouth and said, "He was the only person who was willing to wait an entire afternoon in the club for a divination." Klein grabbed his cane and stood up. He walked outside without saying anything. In the reception area, he found the person who had sought his services the other day. He also noticed that the aura near his liver had regained its normal color. His overall health had also improved. "Congratulations, the feeling of being healthy is wonderful indeed." Klein smiled as he extended a hand. Bogda was first taken aback before he immediately extended both hands. He grabbed Klein's right palm tightly. "Mr. Moretti, you truly can see my condition." "Yes, I have fully recovered. The doctors asked me questions over and over again, ran repeated tests on me, but they cannot believe that I recovered just like that." Upon hearing Bogda's ecstatic description, Klein calmly confirmed one thing: the apothecary at Lawson's folk herb store was definitely a beyonder. He had seen how severe the man's liver disease had been. Fully healing him in the span of a few days was beyond the capability of herbs and medical ability. The only possible explanation was that of a beyonder. Coupled with the incident with Glassy, there could only be one answer. "I have to repent to God. To think that I would suspect that miraculous doctor." Bogda refused to let go of Klein's hand. He continued on about his shame and gratitude. "Those £10 were truly money well spent. It bought my life back." "What? £10? You spent £10 on the miraculous medicine? And you only gave me 8 pence for my divination." "Just 8 pence, 8 pence. Klein was dazed just hearing about it. At this moment, Bogda released his hands as he took a step back while beaming. He bowed reverently and said, "I am here today to express my gratitude. Thank you, Master Moretti. You showed me the way and saved my life. This was the outcome of you paying to have something divined. You need not thank anybody." Klein lifted his head slightly and looked at the divide between the wall and the ceiling. His answer fully expressed the vibes of a charlatan. "You are a true seer," Bogda praised. "Next, I'll be heading to Vlad Street to thank that apothecary and buy the medicine he recommended." "Haven't you already recovered?" Klein expertly hid the shock in his voice. Bogda looked around, and laughed when he confirmed that the receptionist was not paying attention to them. He chuckled softly and said, "The doctor mentioned a concoction of herbs that includes mummy powder. It is a prescription that would satisfy both men and women." I didn't believe the doctor back then, but I have no more doubts now. There's a prescription like that? Klein suddenly felt that the apothecary was a cheat, and suspected if he had pushed the person in front of him into a fiery pit of doom. He observed Bogda and confirmed that there was no problem with his aura. "Mummy powder?" Klein cautiously asked. "Yes, mummy powder. I have asked a friend, he said that even the nobles of Backland are maniacally looking for such an item. It's a powder made by grinding mummies which gives men peak performance in bed. Even though it's disgusting and sounds dirty, it truly is a material used by the aristocrats." Bogda gave a detailed description. He had an eager desire in his eyes. "Mummies? Mummies made from corpses? Then grinding them to powder?" Klein was dumbfounded. He nearly retched in front of Bogda. Those nobles sure are hardcore. Just as he was about to advise Bogda against doing so, Glassy, who had suffered from a lung disease previously, stepped into the door and heard Bogda's description. "Yes, it's very effective. I would recommend that you head to Lawson's folk herb store at Vlad Street. Mr. Lawson's secret recipe is very effective." Glassy took off his spectacles and leaned over with interest. He recommended with a hushed tone, "My experience was very, very, very perfect." "You know of it too?" "I was just about to head to Mr. Lawson's folk herb store." Bogda's worries vanished completely. After a short conversation, he left the divination club in a hurry. Up until then, Klein was still a little dumbfounded. He waited till 5:20 in the afternoon before putting on his hat and picking up his black cane. He took a carriage down to Vlad Street, intending to observe the apothecary named Lawson Darkweed before deciding if he should notify the captain or not. 18 Vlad Street. Klein stood outside the herb store and saw the closed door, as well as a subletting notice. Quite a wary man, he muttered silently. Since this had happened, he no longer had to be troubled or perform any observations. By the afternoon of the next day, Klein had fully recovered from any signs of exhaustion. He walked into the Blackthorn Security Company with steady footsteps. "Good morning, Klein. The weather is so cool and beautiful today, I'm looking forward to tonight's feast." Roseanne, who was wearing a light green dress, greeted him with a smile from behind the reception desk. Klein deliberately touched his stomach and said, "Miss Roseanne, you shouldn't be talking about that so early in the morning. I'm already sick of today's mission that has yet to arrive. I only hope for the evening to arrive sooner." "Me too." Roseanne chuckled. She looked to the left and right, then she beckoned for Klein to come closer. She lowered her voice and said, "I met Madame Daly earlier." "Spirit medium Madame Daly?" Klein asked in surprise. The most famous spirit medium from Alwa County had been living at Enmat Harbor all this time, and it wasn't a short distance from Tingen. "Yes." Roseanne gave a firm nod and said, "But, she has already left." "Ah, she is my ideal beyonder. If I were to become a spirit medium, I would leave Tingen and travel all around the world by myself. To Intis, to Faisak, to Fainapotter, to the southern continent, to the vast prairies, primitive forests, and snow-covered plains. Lady, be aware of the Nighthawk's rules." Klein shook his head in amusement. "Even Madame Daly has to apply and obtain permission to leave Enmat Harbor." "I know that, but you can't just remind me about it now and shatter my dreams," Roseanne said, peeved. "The truth is, I would never become a beyonder. It's too dangerous. I know when I'll die from sudden gunfire. From what I've seen, beyonders are basically people who turn themselves into monsters to fight against monsters. Archbishop Cheney said that we are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against threats and madness," Klein replied, sighing. The quote had left a deep impression on him. To fight against the abyss, we have to endure the corruption of the abyss. The two of them fell silent in unison. Roseanne was the first to break the silence as she pursed her lips towards the partition and said, "Captain wanted you to meet him when you arrived." "All right." With his hat and cane in hand, Klein passed through the partition and entered Dunn's office after knocking on the door. A middle-aged gentleman with deep and serene gray eyes and a high hairline put down his coffee cup and said with a smile, "Daly was here." "Can't say that I'm surprised, Roseanne had just informed me," Klein replied with a smile. Dunn didn't mind his humor but sighed. Daly was just transferred to the Backland Diocese, which is the world's busiest and most crowded city. They have the highest population of Beyonders and the most opportunities. She has a higher chance of becoming an archbishop or a senior deacon than me. "Why?" Klein asked curiously as he took a seat. Dunn thought for nearly 20 seconds before answering. "She has a unique talent in mastering and exploiting sequence potions. I've mentioned the internal rule of the Nighthawks before. If you want to consume the next potion in the sequence, you'll have to wait 3 years and go through a strict examination to prevent any loss of control. But typically, 3 years is far from sufficient. I spent 3 years going from a sleepless to a midnight poet. It took me 9 years to go from a midnight poet to nightmare, a full 9 years. And to go from nightmare to sequence 6, I've already spent 3 years. I have no idea how many more years I need. When our bodies age and our energy starts to decline, even if we overcome the latent dangers, we shouldn't attempt advancing anymore. This is because the risk of losing control at that point is so high that no one is willing to risk it. As for Daly and I, we are different from most Beyonders. After she became a corpse collector, she handed in a special application after only a year. She hoped to consume the follow-up potion immediately. What surprised everyone was that she actually passed through the stricter examination and obtained the Gravedigger potion. It only took her 1 more year to go from Gravedigger to Spirit Medium. This year will be her 5th year as a Beyonder. She is only 24 this year, young enough to have many opportunities ahead of her. On the surface, she's the most famous spirit medium in Owa County, but she truly is an actual spirit medium. Isn't that acting? Old Neil had apparently mentioned that Madame Daly had similar tendencies. Klein felt that he had grasped the key reason for Madame Daly's quick ascension through the ranks. "Captain, you're young enough as well." "You're only in your 30s, Klein comforted Dunn, but added in his heart, "It's just that your memory isn't that great." Dunn drank a sip of his coffee. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Why didn't you ask Madame Daly about her method of mastering and exploiting sequence potions?" Klein purposely asked. Dunn put down his coffee cup and massaged his temples as he spoke. "She told me to become a true nightmare." "I don't know what that means." "Play the role of a nightmare." Man, a nightmare sounds sinister. Klein creased his eyebrows and temporarily fell silent. Then, Dunn took out his smoking pipe and sniffed at it. "Daly and I discussed the possibility of Seer's follow-up potion being clown. Assuming that the member of the Seers didn't lie to you, she brought up an interesting hypothesis." "What hypothesis?" Klein asked hurriedly, his eyes turning bright. He had once used a divination method to determine if clown was the follow-up potion of Seer. The answer he received had been vague, but it seemed close to being a confirmation. Dunn's deep and serene gray eyes swept his gaze at him while he said in thought, "A normal sequence pathway proceeds in a stepped manner. They advance according to a particular similarity. For instance, sleepless, midnight poet, and nightmare are all obviously related to the darkness of the night, as well as the peaceful sleep and tranquility that is generated from sleep. It can be imagined that every subsequent sequence would have identical traits, only with more power and a wider scope. They might be linked to secrets, disaster, horror, the crimson moon, etc. Certain sequence pathways appear unrelated, but when we analyze them in detail, we can still find similarities, such as assassin and instigator. Their implied similarity is to bring people calamities, pain, sorrow, and despair. Hence, the follow-up sequences should abide by this pattern." Klein paid close attention and asked proactively, "But Seer and Clown doesn't have such a connection?" "Yeah." Dunn nodded and said, "Daly believes that there might be sequence pathways that share another kind of relationship. After all, there's a lot we do not know. He paused for a moment before saying, Daly said that, in this sort of pathway, the low to mid-sequence potions would respectively provide the Beyonder an ability that seems brand new and unrelated to the others. When the Beyonder reaches a point of qualitative change, these abilities will mix into an abnormally powerful job that includes them all. In other words, the pathway doesn't advance step by step, but instead it's a relationship of dissection and combination. Klein listened intently, but he felt lost. Dunn lifted his right hand and said, a normal sequence pathway advances a bit at a time, just like a child growing up. A growing child becomes taller, stronger, heavier, and more mature from a young age. While special sequence pathways are more like. Having said this, Dunn lifted up his thumb. This is sequence 9. Then, he lifted up his index finger. This is sequence 8. Then, he gradually lifted up the rest of his fingers. Each and every finger is independent, and doesn't seem to be related to the others. But in the end. When he said the word end, Dunn clenched his fingers into a tight fist. I understand now. Klein was suddenly enlightened. He agreed with Lady Daly's guess and the captain's metaphor. Maybe that's how it is? He nodded in deep thought. Sequence 8 Clown and Sequence 9 Seer are completely different and have brand new abilities. And according to the description from the Nighthawk's intelligence, the corresponding Sequence 7 and Sequence 8 Clown don't share any similarities either. Klein fell silent for a while before curiously pressing on, at which stage would the different abilities combine to form a qualitative change? Dunn took another sip of coffee and chuckled. Daly and I guessed Sequence 4. Why? Klein blurted out. Because according to the way the churches categorize sequences, Sequence 4 is the beginning point of the higher sequences. It is said that merely achieving such a level brings about qualitative changes in vitality and energy. In ancient times, Sequence 4 Beyonders were qualified to be called demigods in the fourth epoch. It's a pity that such Beyonders are very rare in this era, Dunn said wistfully. If Sequence 4 to Sequence 1 are high sequence Beyonders, then who are the low sequence Beyonders? Klein asked with interest. Sequences 9 through 7 were considered as low sequences 1,000 years ago. But, in recent centuries, Beyonders are few in number and each church has listed Sequence 7 as a mid-sequence. Dunn laughed in a self-deprecating manner. Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 are low sequences. Then, sequences 7 through 5 are mid-sequences. Finally, those Sequence 4 and above are high sequences. Klein repeated in his head and inevitably felt a yearning for that. Emperor Roselle was a high sequence Beyonder. However, the higher the sequence, the greater the risk of losing control. Klein thought to himself in fear. He asked as though in a seemingly casual manner, what is the Sequence 4 potion for the Church of the Goddess called? In actual fact, I'm not sure. My security clearance isn't high enough for me to be privy to that information. I'll be able to read them when I become a diocese bishop or Nighthawk's deacon. Dunn shook his head and smiled. In fact, at least half of the church's 13 archbishops and 9 senior deacons at the top of the church's hierarchy are below Sequence 4. That's just me being optimistic. The archbishop in Sangwil, who became wanted, lost control when he tried to advance to Sequence 4. The one who stole sealed artifact 0-08. His potion was apparently called Gatekeeper. Klein thought and probed, is Sleepless Sequence 5 Gatekeeper? No, that's in Spirit Medium's pathway. You'll be allowed to access that information when you reach Sequence 7 and become a bishop or a captain of a Nighthawk's team. Gatekeeper is Sequence 5 of the Spirit Medium pathway? Does it mean that it's keeping watch over the gates to hell? Or keeping watch over the gates to the spirit world? Klein guessed. Alright, go to Old Neil and continue with your studies. Dunn smiled and said, don't forget about dinner tonight, at Old Will's restaurant. Reservations have been made. I'll introduce you to the rest of the Nighthawks officially. Alright, I've already prepared the money. Klein forced a smile. No, there's no need. Have you forgotten that we have additional bonuses? The part about you completing an assigned mission. Dunn waved. Klein was momentarily taken aback before replying with a beaming smile, "All right, Captain." He turned around and walked towards the door, while counting inwardly, 3, 2, 1. Why didn't Captain call me back? Klein dragged out one for a very long time, only to be surprised that Captain Dunn-Smith hadn't forgotten to add anything. A miracle. In the armory, old Neil stole a glance at Klein, who was in a good mood. Don't be obsessed with tonight's dinner. You still have a lot of things to learn, such as more ritualistic magic, ancient Hermes, Dragonish, Elvish, and many more. Yeah, every afternoon besides your day off, you have to have at least 2 hours of combat training with an instructor. Combat training? Captain didn't mention it. Klein was shocked. Old Neil nodded and didn't hesitate to answer, he forgot. At 2 in the afternoon, outside of a simple 2-storied building that was in disrepair at the outskirts of the North Borough. Klein, who was in his probationary inspector uniform, looked at the weed-filled garden and the vines that had crept up the walls. He turned his head in surprise. My combat instructor lives here? Shouldn't a combat artist who was selected by the Nighthawks be exceptional? Leonard Mitchell, who had guided Klein there, snickered and said, "Don't underestimate Mr. Gawain because of his residence's surroundings." Although he was never conferred an aristocratic title, he was a true knight back in the day. Having said that, the poetic Nighthawk, who was dressed in a white shirt, black trousers, and buttonless leather boots suddenly felt melancholic. He was active during the waning era of the knights. The warriors donning their armors would storm through enemy ranks despite the gunfire and cannon fire, destroying their enemies and redefining the battle lines. But alas, they were quickly met with the invention of the high-pressure steam guns and 6-barrel machine guns. From then on, the knights had to gradually step down. Mr. Gawain met the same fate. More than 20 years ago, the Awa Knights Order of Chivalry faced the most advanced weaponry of the Intis Republic Army. Sigh, every time I recall this, it seems like I'm touching the dust heaps of history. The poet in me stirs when thinking of this irreversible and fated destiny, but alas, I do not know how to compose the poem. Then what's the point in saying so much? Klein acted oblivious to Leonard's self-deprecation and gave a serious suggestion. My university schoolmate once told me that the composing of poems requires a certain degree of talent. It's best you start by reading the classical poems anthology of the Lone Kingdom. Leonard's mood changed on a whim. He replied with a light-hearted tone, I purchased that book a long time ago, as well as other titles, such as the selected poems of Emperor Roselle. I will work hard to become a true midnight poet, Mr. Seer. Is he hinting at the acting method? Klein replied, as though he couldn't understand him, you would still need books on grammar. All right, let's enter. Leonard extended his hand and pushed open the half-closed metallic gates. The two of them then followed the path towards the house. They were still a distance away from the house when Klein saw a tall man walking out from behind the main door. He had short blonde hair, his brows already laced with white hairs. His facial features looked like they had been ravaged through age. His wrinkles were etched deep across his face. What are you doing here? The aged man asked in a deep voice. Mr. Gawain, as per your contract with the police department, this probationary inspector will be learning the art of combat under your guidance, Leonard explained with a smile. Combat? There's no need to study combat in this era. Gawain looked at Klein with turbid eyes and said in a dead voice, you should learn how to draw your gun and shoot. You should master the most advanced weaponry. Was this the psychological trauma caused by the 6-barrel machine guns and high-pressure steam guns? Klein didn't give a reckless reply, instead, he smiled and looked at Leonard. The art of combat is still a skill a policeman has to master. Most of the criminals we face are not those who must be executed on the spot. Some might not even have weapons. In that case, we have to rely on combat techniques, Leonard said, obviously prepared for the situation. With a dark expression, Gawain fell silent for more than 10 seconds before saying, throw a punch. He was speaking to Klein. Klein, who was not holding his cane, remembered the boxing matches he had seen in his previous life. He raised his arm and threw it forward. Gawain's lips twitched indiscernibly. He thought for a moment and said, kick. Tilting to the side slightly and twisting his hips, Klein tightened his thigh muscles and kicked forward with his right foot. Cough. Gawain covered his mouth and cleared his throat. He looked at Leonard and said, I will honor my contract. But based on his foundation, he needs to come here 4 times a week, 3 hours each time, for the first month. You're the combat expert. It's up to you. Leonard nodded without hesitation. He smiled and said to Klein, see you at dinner. After Leonard walked out the metallic gates, Klein asked out of curiosity, Instructor, how should I begin practicing? Punching, or footwork? As a qualified keyboard warrior, he understood the importance of footwork in combat. Gawain stood akimbo as he shook his head lethargically. What you need now is strength training. See those? Those are 2 dumbbells made of steel. They shall be your partners for today. Other than that, you also have to practice deep squats, running, and rope skipping. Let us take those one set at a time. While Klein was still in a daze, Gawain suddenly raised his voice and said sternly, Understood? Understood. At this moment, Klein felt as though he had returned to military training and was facing an inhumane instructor. Change out of your clothes. There's a set of knight's training clothes on the sofa. Gawain suddenly sighed. He turned around and walked toward the black steel dumbbells. 6 in the evening, at a corner table of the Old Will restaurant. Other than Fry, who was guarding Cheney's gate, all the members of the Blackthorn Security Company were present. There were 6 Nighthawks and 5 civilian staff. A white tablecloth was draped over the long table. Waiters carried over plates of food, portioned them before serving them to each individual guest. Klein saw steaks drenched in black pepper sauce. He saw bacon, sausages paired with mashed potatoes, egg puddings, asparagus, and specialty cheeses. He even saw rose-colored champagne. However, he had no appetite. The training in the afternoon had nearly made him vomit. Noticing the pale, newly inducted Nighthawk with turbid eyes, Dunn raised the glass of red wine in front of him and laughed. Let us welcome our newest official member, Klein Moretti, cheers. The cold and introverted black-haired lady, Royale Radine, the sleepless Kenley White, the sloppy Leonard Mitchell, as well as the white-haired, black-eyed midnight poet Sika Tron all raised their cups and looked at the new member of their team. Klein fought back the discomfort of the training and raised his glass of amber champagne. He stood and said, Thank you. He clinked glasses with every Nighthawk, tilted his head back, and finished the small amount of champagne. Is our Miss Author not going to say something on this occasion? Dunn smiled as he looked at Sikatron. Sikatron was a lady in her 30s. She had average looks, but had an exceptional demeanor, one that was quiet and serene. Coupled with her few strands of graying hair, it added a unique charm to her. Klein had heard old Neil mention that this midnight poet had taken on a side job as an author and had attempted to submit her works to newspapers and magazines. Unfortunately, only a few smaller newspapers had accepted them. Sika smiled and looked at Dunn. In order to make the term Miss Author into a reality, Captain, I think you should give me some funds to self-publish my work. Dunn laughed. You should learn from old Neil and give me a more suitable reason. I'm most impressed with Mr. Neil in this department. Roseanne echoed in between her mouthfuls of roast mutton. Amidst the chatter and laughter, Leonard looked at Klein and said with a chuckle, Are you so tired that you have no appetite to eat? Yeah. Klein sighed. If you haven't touched your food yet, I can be of assistance. Leonard acted as though he didn't want to waste any food. Klein didn't mind. He nodded and said, That wouldn't be an issue. And with that, a good portion of the food in front of him was eaten by Leonard and the rest. Nearing the end of the dinner, the waiters served plates of beef pudding and ice cream. Klein tasted ice cream and found it cold and sweet. It was particularly appetizing. Before he realized it, he had finished the ice cream drizzled with a blueberry sauce. And as a result of this, he started to feel the hunger pangs. It was a hunger which demanded recharging food that came after intense exertion. Swallowing his saliva, Klein looked to the front, only to see that all the plates were empty. There were no leftovers. Let's end the dinner here, and give Klein a final toast, Dunn suggested. Before finishing his sentence, Klein asked, Captain, may I order another plate of food? The group fell silent after hearing such a request, only to break out into chuckles moments later. Haha, you finally recovered. No problem, order 2 plates if you want to. Dunn shook his head and laughed. While patiently waiting an unbearable amount of time, Klein heard his stomach growling. Finally, a freshly prepared black pepper steak was served before him. His fork and knife danced as Klein finished the medium done steak in 90 seconds, tears nearly falling from his eyes. The meat juices and the fragrance of the sauce lingered in his mouth. Sometime later, Klein let out a satisfied sigh as he looked at his empty plate. He put down his knife and fork and took a sip of his champagne. Waiter, the bill please. Dunn turned around and called for the waiter. The waiter went to the counter, then returned with the check. He gave a thorough breakdown. You opened 5 bottles of Desi champagne, each bottle being 12 soldi and 3 pence, a small glass of Southville red wine for 10 pence. Each black pepper beefsteak was 1 soldi 2 pence. Each serving of beef pudding was 6 pence, the servings of ice cream was 1 soldi each. The total would be £5, 9 soldi, and 6 pence. £5, 9 soldi, and 6 pence? That's nearly my weekly salary. A restaurant is indeed much more expensive than eating at home. Klein clicked his tongue upon hearing that. He felt lucky that the captain had said that he didn't need to pay out of his own pocket. They had some petty cash from bonus earnings. He calculated the cost carefully and noticed that the most expensive portion of the meal was the alcohol. 5 bottles of champagne had cost more than £3. This is no different from Earth. Klein secretly rubbed his stomach and forced down the last of his champagne. The next morning, Klein felt bloated. He tried to get off the bed in his sleepy stupor. Just as he exerted strength, he was instantly awakened by his aching muscles. He felt as though his body wasn't under his control. What a familiar feeling. It's the same as that day after we got punished with frog jumps. Today is a rest day, but I still have to pay a visit to my mentor and see if I can borrow the monograph on the Hornacious main peak from the library at the university. Klein's lips twitched as he made his way outside with some effort. He wanted to draw a gasp with every step. Klein, what happened to you? Melissa, who had just come out of the bathroom, sized up her brother suspiciously for his odd posture and slow movement. Faced with his sister's question, all Klein could do was reply with a regretful smile, sore muscles. He originally believed that by consuming the sequence potion, his constitution would be enhanced as a beyonder, but the harsh reality told him that a seer's stats points were all allocated to his spirituality, mind, intuition, and interpretation. It didn't aid him in adjusting to combat training quickly. As for the original Klein, he had focused on his studies early on and had suffered from malnutrition. That led him to possess a below-average physical condition. The fact that he was having after effects from working out was to be expected. Sore muscles? I remember you returning after dinner last night and you didn't do anything else. Does alcohol cause sore muscles? Melissa inquired with an inquisitive look. Does alcohol cause sore muscles? Sis, that question can't help but make me have inappropriate thoughts. Klein laughed dryly and said, No, this has nothing to do with alcohol. It was from yesterday afternoon. I joined the company's combat training. Combat? Melissa was even more astonished. Klein organized his thoughts and said, Well, this is what happened. I considered it and believe that as a historical and relic consultant of a security company, it's impossible for me to stay in the office or port warehouse forever. Perhaps there will come a day when I have to accompany them to the villages or an ancient castle, to the site of some relic. That might require me to hike, to cross rivers, and to walk a lot. I'll have to endure all sorts of tests posed by nature, so I have to possess a sufficiently healthy body. So you joined combat training to enhance your stamina? Melissa seemed to understand her brother's intention. That's right, Klein answered with great affirmation. Melissa said with a frown, but that isn't gentlemanly. Don't you always keep yourself to the standards of a professor? A professor only requires the ability to read historical documents, ponder over difficult questions, and maintain a polite and gentlemanly demeanor. Of course, I'm not saying that those aren't all good things. I prefer men who can solve problems on their own, regardless of whether that solution requires brawn or brain. Melissa smiled. Klein smiled and said, No, Melissa. Your definition of a professor contains a misconception. A true professor can communicate with people gently and politely, but he can also educate the other person using the principles of physics by raising a cane to convince someone when there is an obstacle in communication. Principles of physics. Melissa was momentarily at a loss, but she quickly understood what her brother was saying. She was suddenly unable to retort him. Klein didn't say anything more but widened his pace with great difficulty as he headed for the bathroom. Melissa stood there and looked for a few seconds. She suddenly shook her head and caught up to Klein. Do you need my help? She posed as if she was supporting someone. No, there's no need to. I was hamming it up a bit earlier. Klein felt humiliated. He suddenly stood straight and walked normally. Watching her brother walk steadily to the washroom and close the door, Melissa pursed her lips and muttered, Klein is getting more and more pretentious. I even believed that his muscle soreness was really that serious. In the bathroom, Klein stood behind the tightly shut door, his face suddenly contorting in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He held his breath, tensed his body, and stood there for a good 7 or 8 seconds. When he finally went downstairs with great effort, had breakfast, and saw Benson and Melissa off, his soreness finally began to ease. After resting for a little while, Klein took his cane, donned his top hat, and left the house, strolling towards the public carriage stop. During the summer, Koei University had trees with shade-providing foliage, flourishing with birds and luxuriant flowers. It was peaceful and calm. Walking along the river, Klein took a turn towards the history department. Then, he found the 3-story building which showed its age and located his mentor's, Cohen Quinton's, office. He knocked and entered the room, but he was shocked to see that the man sitting at his mentor's seat was the academic, Azik. Good morning, Mr. Azik, where's my mentor? We made an appointment by letter to meet here at 10, Klein asked, puzzled. Azik, who was Cohen Quinton's best friend and often debated with his mentor regarding academic topics, smiled and said, Cohen had a last-minute meeting and went to Tianjin University. He asked me to wait for you here. He had bronze skin, an average height and build, black hair, brown eyes, and gentle facial features. Being in his presence brought on an indescribable feeling, as though you could see in the man's eyes that he had been through the vicissitudes of life. Under his right ear was a tiny mole that one wouldn't notice unless closely examined. Having said the reason, Azik suddenly frowned as he carefully observed Klein. Feeling confused by the sudden scrutiny, Klein looked at his attire. Have I committed some breach of etiquette? Tuxedo, black vest, white shirt, black bow tie, dark-colored trousers, leather boots with no buttons. Everything seems normal. Azik's brows eased and he chuckled softly. Don't mind me. I suddenly noticed that you are way more energetic than before. You look even more like a gentleman now. Thank you for your compliment. Klein accepted it calmly and asked, Mr. Azik, did my mentor manage to find the book Research of the Hornacis Main Peaks Relics in the school library? He found it with my assistance, Azik said, smiling gently. He then pulled open the drawer and took out a gray-covered book. You are no longer a Koei University student anymore. You can read it here, but you cannot take it home. All right. Klein delightfully took the academic monograph, and with a hint of fear. The book's design was fully in line with the current trends. It used hard paper as a hardcover and it was printed with an image like an abstract version of the main peak of Hornacis mountain range. Klein took a glance and found a seat. He flipped open the book and started reading carefully, line by line. As he became engrossed in the book, he suddenly realized that there was a cup of rich and fragrant coffee by his side. Help yourself to the sugar and milk. Azik put down the silver saucer and pointed at the milk jar and sugar container. Thank you. Klein nodded with gratitude. He added 3 cubes of sugar and a teaspoon of milk before continuing to read his book. The book, Research of the Hornacis Main Peak's Relics, was not a very thick book. Klein finished reading it when it was almost noon. He took note of a few noteworthy points. First, the settlement on the main peak of Hornacis Mountain and its surrounding area was obviously an advanced civilization, which existed as part of an ancient nation. Second, from their wall murals, their perspective on life appears similar to that of humans. I can assume for now that they were human. Third, they revered yet feared the darkness of the night. Hence, they called their god the ruler of the Evernight, mother of the sky. Fourth, the weirdest part is that researchers haven't found any graves in the entire area, which initially seems to indicate that the people didn't need to be buried, because they didn't die. However, that would be contradictory to the contents of the wall murals. In the wall murals, the people in the nation believed that death is not the end. They believed that their deceased family would protect them in the night. Hence, they would keep their deceased family members at home, on the bed, by their side, for a full 3 days. There is nothing beyond that for the wall murals as it doesn't involve burials. Klein took another sip of coffee and continued to write down his afterthoughts in his notebook. Mother of the Sky, Sky Mother is such a grand title, while the ruler of the Evernight obviously overlaps with the Evernight goddess. Is this a contradiction at its roots? In the ancient remains on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and its surrounding area, every arrangement and decoration was well preserved. Even the wall murals didn't have any signs of damage. Before it was discovered, there seemed to be no disturbance at all. The table was arranged with cutlery, and there were dried stains of rot on the dining plates. In some rooms, there were half-filled bottles of alcohol that had almost turned into plain water. What happened to the nation's people? They seemed to have left their homes in a hurry, without taking anything with them, and they never returned. Considering how there are no burial grounds, this only makes it weirder. The author, Mr. Joseph, also mentioned that when he first discovered the remains, he even had the belief that the people residing there had just vanished all of a sudden. Klein stopped writing and cast his gaze at an illustration. On John Joseph's third visit to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range, he had used a new camera model to shoot a monochrome photograph. In the photo, the lofty palace had a collapsed wall and was overgrown with weeds. It followed a grandeur style for its design. When he flipped to the photograph, Klein's first thought was that of the palace he had seen in his dream. The two styles were identical. The only difference was that the one he had dreamed of was on a peak and it was way more magnificent. It also had a huge chair, a seat of honor, that looked like it didn't seat a human. Countless translucent maggots clustered together and squirmed slowly beneath the chair. I can confirm that my dream is related to the ancient remains on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. That should be the nation of the Evernight which was referenced in the Antigonus family's notebook. Klein nodded slightly and closed the book. At that moment, Azik, who was sitting opposite him, touched the inconspicuous mole under his right ear and said, "How was it? Found anything?" "Quite a bit. Take a look, I've written so many pages of notes." Klein pointed at the table and smiled. "I don't understand why you're suddenly so interested in this matter." Azik sighed and said, "Klein, when I was studying at the Backland University, I had dabbled with some divination and did quite a bit of research on that. Well, I discovered that there is disharmony in your fate." "What? Divination? Are you talking to me about divination?" As a seer, Klein looked at Azik the academic in amusement. "How is it disharmonious?" Azik thought for a moment. "Have you encountered many strange coincidences in the past 2 months?" "Coincidences?" As he was indebted to Mr. Azik, Klein didn't dispute his question as he subconsciously began thinking. If we are talking about coincidences, the most obvious matter was when we were after kidnappers. We actually managed to find clues of the Antigonus family's notebook that was lost for days in the room opposite the kidnappers. Also, Ray Bieber didn't flee from Tingen in a hurry. Instead, he found a place to digest the power bestowed by the notebook, allowing for sealed artifact 2-049 to track him down easily. That seemed to be against common sense. Although Harson gave a reasonable explanation, I always had a nagging feeling that it was somewhat coincidental. Oh, Selena had stolen a glance at Hans Vincent's secret incantations, but she held back till her birthday dinner banquet to try it out, and I happened to discover it, which is quite a coincidence too. Otherwise, Hans Vincent wouldn't have been the only one to die so suddenly. Klein thought about it seriously for a few minutes and said, "There are 3. Neither too many, nor too frequent. Furthermore, there was nothing that indicated someone's involvement and guidance." Azik nodded slightly. As Emperor Roselle once said, a single coincidence is encountered by anyone. Twice is still normal. Thrice is when one should consider what internal factors are influencing those coincidences. "Can you tell me anything else?" Klein probed. Azik laughed and shook his head. "I can only tell that there's some disharmony, but nothing else. You have to understand that I'm not a real seer." "Isn't that basically equal to saying nothing?" "Mr. Azik is quite odd. He's playing a charlatan in front of a charlatan like me." Klein let out a breath, seizing the moment when Azik stood up. He pinched his glabella and activated his spirit vision. When he looked over, Azik's aura fully appeared before his eyes and everything seemed fairly normal. "Unfortunately, I can only see the ether body and astral projection of a person above the gray fog." Klein thought carefreely as he tapped his glabella again whilst standing up. Late in the afternoon, Klein returned home and drew the curtains, allowing his room to slip into darkness. He took out his pen and paper and thought for a long time, finally writing down a sentence: "The kidnapping of Elliot was due to extraordinary elements." As a seer, Klein had tried to divine if those coincidences were a consequence of unnatural developments, but the results showed otherwise. This time, he was influenced by Azik to look into these events again. He also drew lessons from the suited clown. He seriously designed an appropriate divination statement, eliminating any descriptions that might be vague or cause confusion. Yes, I should break down the 3 coincidences and divine them separately. Klein nodded in thought as he slowly removed the topaz from his wrist. He held the spirit pendulum with his left hand and allowed it to hang close over the divination statement on the paper. He collected himself and entered a state of cogitation. With his eyes closed, Klein started chanting repeatedly, "The kidnapping of Elliot was due to extraordinary elements." As he recited the statement over and over again, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the pendulum, only to see the topaz turning counterclockwise slowly. "It's still a negative," Klein muttered to himself. He designed several other divination statements, but the results persisted. There was nothing strange about that incident. He then separately divined the event of Ray Bieber's stay in Tingen and Selena's magic mirror divination incident, but the answers for both events were normal. Was I, a real seer, frightened by the charlatan Mr. Azik? Besides, Captain and the others didn't feel that anything was off. Klein laughed and shook his head. But he remained cautious. He planned on using the dream divination technique to get a final confirmation. After some thought, he changed the divination statement to fit the change in method. The true reason for Elliot's kidnapping. As he scribbled with the fountain pen, Klein paused and pondered over his words. After reading it over and over again, he tore the slip of paper and walked toward his bed. He relaxed and laid down. With the divination statement in hand, Klein quickly fell asleep with the help of cogitation. He found himself in a contorted, broken world. Regaining his senses, he began swimming through the blur. Gradually, he saw the few kidnappers. He saw them lose their final chip at a gambling table, saw them obtain guns from underground sources, and saw them survey the area. They even rented the apartment across Ray Bieber's apartment as their hideout. These didn't form a continuous scene, instead, they were presented in the form of flashing pictures. Klein couldn't find anything that was abnormal. Furthermore, it had also aligned with the statements given by the kidnappers. After exiting the dream, Klein separately divined the other 2 incidents but had the same result. Their developments followed logic. The coincidences were really coincidences. I was indeed overthinking things. Mr. Azik is merely a divination enthusiast. Klein stabilized his pendulum and shook his head with a bitter smile. He was about to draw the curtains and allow sunlight into the room when he froze. From the original Klein's impression of Mr. Azik, he is a dependable and trustworthy person. He had never once said anything baseless. Even if he was always quarreling with Mentor, it was limited to academic topics, and each of them had their reasons. If he was truly a mere divination enthusiast, he wouldn't have interacted with me like that. And the memories of original Klein has nothing about him liking divination. Of course, this could be due to the loss of a corresponding memories. Klein frowned and couldn't ease his worries. He needed a way to confirm this. He suspected that Mr. Azik had unwittingly come across some insider information and was trying to remind him by using divination as an excuse. How should I confirm this? Klein paced back and forth across the dark room, trying to recall the other divination techniques he knew. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He suddenly halted as an idea came to him. Let's assume that these coincidences are dubious. I'm unable to divine a result either because my sequence isn't high enough or I'm being affected by outside interference, but I can change my environment. I can change my environment to someplace that is even more mysterious and even harder to understand. Klein felt pumped. He pulled open his drawer and took out a silver dagger. He concentrated and allowed his spirituality to flow out from the tip of the dagger, becoming one with his surroundings. With each step he took, the wall of spirituality sealed off the entire room. Klein planned on doing the divination above the gray fog, to do the divination in that mysterious world. In the magnificent ancient divine hall above the endless gray fog. Klein sat at the seat of honor on one end of the bronze table. Before him was a piece of goatskin he willed into existence. He lifted a pen and tried writing the divination statement as he had previously. The kidnapping of Elliot was due to extraordinary elements. He held the spirit pendulum and hung it low. Klein quickly composed himself as he turned silent and ethereal. Half closing his eyes, he recited the statement 7 times, using his spirituality to interact with the spiritual world that stood above all. Feeling the tug of the silver chain, Klein opened his eyes to look at the pendulum. The sight made him freeze immediately. The pendulum was spinning clockwise. This meant that there was an extraordinary element behind Elliot's kidnapping. This was completely different from the result he had gotten in the outside world. There were no traces of any interference. Such power or means is terrifying. What's the motive of the person behind this? Is my fate intertwined with the Antigonus family's diary? Klein was immensely shocked. He lost his calm and the rotation of the pendulum slipped into chaos. He put down the topaz and rubbed his glabella. His expression was abnormally grave. After contemplating for a few seconds, he didn't attempt to divine the other 2 events. Instead, he wrote a new divination statement, the true reason for Elliot's kidnapping. He held the paper in his hand and recited the statement 7 times. Klein leaned back and fell into sleep above the fog. Soon, he saw a boundless, illusory grayish-white fog. The fog dissipated slowly, revealing a colorful grass plain filled with flowers. The space behind the flowers and the plains was folding into itself, like a monster that had come alive. Klein tried his best to look forward, barely making out an image of a dark red chimney. At this point, the scene before him shattered, putting an end to his dream. Klein abruptly straightened his back in the majestic divine hall. His heart was beating wildly without reason. Phew. It felt like I had just spied on a terrifying thing. He took in 2 deep breaths to stabilize his chaotic emotions. Tap. 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 Klein tapped on the side of the table sometime later and slipped into deep thought. Red chimney, garden, grass plains. How is this related to the person behind all of this? I cannot determine his motive from the coincidences, nor can I conclude that there is any evil intent. In the midst of this thinking, Klein felt alarmed, for himself, Captain, Fry, and the others. We are like puppets dancing on a string. What's even scarier is that we thought so highly of ourselves. Sigh. I don't know how to raise this matter to Captain. Old Neil's divination produced the same results as mine in the outside world. If they asked me to confirm it in front of them, I have no way of doing that. Klein rubbed his temples as if he had a headache. After nearly 20 seconds of calm, he began divining the event of Ray Bieber's stay in Tingen. Similarly, he first used spirit dowsing. This time, Klein was shocked to see his topaz hang motionless. It was neither a confirmation or rejection of the statement. Strange, he muttered. He started to guess the reasons for this phenomenon. The person behind this has sensed my divinations and engaged in countermeasures. Following this, he tried the dream divination technique, but all he saw were fragmented pieces of fog. He no longer made any new discoveries. The results of Selena's magic mirror divination incident were the same. Klein could almost confirm his conjecture at this point. Since he had no way of notifying Captain Dunn-Smith for the time being, he had an unprecedented motivation to improve his abilities. I must head to the divination club later and quickly succeed in my acting to digest the seer potion. Also, I have to confirm whether the clown potion is indeed the subsequent sequence of seer, as well as gather clues about it. In addition, I have to interact more with Mr. Azik and see if I can dig up whatever inside information he holds. Klein held his forehead with his right palm and quickly drew up a plan, and determined his focal point. After some thought, a goatskin appeared in front of him again. He picked up his pen and wrote. The corresponding sequence 8 of sequence 9 seer is clown. From his prior experience, the present Klein was completely convinced that his divination abilities were augmented and enhanced above the gray fog. Just like how raids are usually successful, is this the result of having good luck? He muttered and picked up his spirit pendulum. Sometime later, Klein received a definitive answer. The corresponding sequence 8 of sequence 9 seer was clown. He then wrote on the paper once again. The corresponding sequences 8, 7, 6, and 5 of seer would grant at least one brand new, unrelated power. Klein exhaled as he tried spirit dowsing again. However, he saw the topaz hang motionlessly without any rotations. There isn't enough information to complete the divination and receive a revelation, he muttered to himself while seemingly deep in thought. Then, he set down the silver chain and began considering the required statement for a dream divination. Nearly 20 seconds later, he picked up his fountain pen and wrote seriously, Clues to the clown potion. Clues to the clown potion. On the seat of honor at the ancient bronze table, Klein repeated the divination statement a few times before leaning back and entering a deep sleep. His surroundings quickly became peaceful and quiet. He saw a hazy view, with countless distorted and blurry scenes flashing past, just like drops of morning dew on tender flower petals. Gradually, Klein grasped his spirituality and came to his senses. He saw a fireplace before him with a rocking chair in front of it. Sitting on it was an old woman dressed in black and white. Although he couldn't see her face since she was hanging her head low, Klein's gut feeling told him that she was an old lady. And he was pretty certain about it. The old lady was facing a desk directly. There were newspapers and tin cans inlaid with silver on the desk. This is... Klein found the scene before his eyes very familiar, and he quickly recognized what he saw. This was where Ray Bieber and his mother stayed. This was where he saw a bloated cadaver for the first time. There are clues that point to the clown potion here? Just as Klein's thoughts flashed past, the scene around him transformed. It was a grayish-white warehouse, hidden among identical buildings. There were white bones scattered all around, and a few balls of flesh that looked like they had been squashed by a boulder. In the middle of the warehouse was a grayish-white object that was the size of a fist. Its surface was filled with ditches and it looked soft but ductile. It looked like a brain that had been extracted out of a living being. Just as Klein recognized the scene and recalled something, the scene before him distorted like rippling water before transforming into another new blurry scene. A naked body was laid on a long table covered with a white cloth. There were some bluish, discolored patches on the corpse's skin. Klein suddenly knitted his eyebrows and muttered, it was first the images of Ray Bieber's hiding place and his remains, and now, it's related to the brand on the suited clown's wrist? Just as he attempted to speculate what the scenes meant, the scene suddenly changed again. A marble coffee table, a set of 2 leather couches, and a chandelier that hung high on the ceiling. There were 3 people: Klein Moretti, who had black hair, brown eyes, and a scholarly temperament, a wealthy man with a chubby body and pale skin, and a beautiful young lady with fishnet gloves. Following that, it was another 3 people and an object, a middle-aged man in a black robe who had thick spiky brown hair, a wealthy man with a chubby body and pale skin, a half-century-old elder with messy eyebrows, thin brown hair, and gray-blue eyes, and a black notebook on the round table in between all of them, a notebook that exuded an ancient and distant air. The Antigonus family's notebook. Klein suddenly sat up straight and the dream vanished. Looking outside the divine hall where there was boundless gray fog and crimson stars, he thought in both shock and confusion. I was divining for clues to the clown potion. Why would the Antigonus family's notebook show up? Let me think, that chubby guy was Welch. Yes, Welch, an unfortunate fella who bought the Antigonus family's notebook and triggered a sequence of incidents. The beautiful young lady wearing fishnet gloves was Naya. I remember, the marble coffee table and leather couch combination is a hallmark of Welch's place. I saw spirit medium Daly there. In other words, what I saw was Welch's living room. It was a scene where the original Klein and his 2 classmates were discussing the notebook. Klein calmed himself down and tapped on the edge of the long bronze table rhythmically. Then, what does the last scene represent? The notebook appeared, Welch appeared. Could it be the scene where he bought the ancient item? There were another 2 people, and one of them looked very familiar. I feel like I've seen the middle-aged man in the classic black robe somewhere before. That spiky brown hair, severe dark eye circles. Yes, I know who is he now. Hannes Vincent from the Divination Club, the Hannes Vincent who died peacefully after Captain snuck into his dream, having learned that Selena secretly obtained the secret incantation from him. No way, he was the one that sold the notebook to Welch. Everything appears to be coming full circle. The world sure is small. No, Tingen is really small. On careful thought, it really is a possibility that Hannes Vincent wasn't an ordinary fortune-teller. He was obviously deep into mysticism and obtained the attention of an ancient evil god. He had the channels, ability, and opportunity to acquire the notebook that was accidentally released by the secret order. It's no wonder Captain and company never figured out where Welch bought the notebook. Their investigative approach was entirely wrong. They had attempted to investigate via the antique market. But when the actual whereabouts of the notebook was found, they gave up on that lead. What a pity, Hannes Vincent just passed away not too long ago. Otherwise, we definitely could have found out something regarding the notebook. Since he was involved in mysticism, he should have researched the notebook. His death was way too coincidental. However, there was another person at the scene, a man in his 50s. He might know quite a bit of what happened. Klein stopped tapping his fingers on the edge of the table and looked through every scene of his dream divination once more. Ray Bieber's house, Ray Bieber's hideout spot, the remains of Ray Bieber, the brand on the suited clown's wrist, Welch's house, Welch, Naya, and original Klein's exchange, Welch, Hannes Vincent, and the Antigonus family notebook's group photo. Besides the brand on the suited clown, everything else is directly related to the Antigonus family's notebook. But I had divined for clues to the clown potion. This isn't scientific, nor does it make mystical sense. After becoming a seer, Klein once tried to divine where Welch had bought the Antigonus family's notebook, but he never considered using the unique qualities that the area above the gray fog possessed. As such, he had failed to receive any revelations, but now, he had chanced upon the truth by divining something separate. After spending nearly 20 seconds to calm down, Klein summarized the context provided by Roselle's diary and attempted to interpret his dream divination. The first possibility, Zeradol, or should I say, the secret order, was searching and pursuing the relics of the Antigonus family. So, the symbolic meaning of the dream is to use matters related to the Antigonus family to lure the secret order into appearing, so as to obtain the clown potion's formula. The second possibility, the clown potion's formula is directly recorded in the Antigonus family's notebook. The fact that the Zeradal family is seeking the relics of the Antigonus family implies that they share very deep connections. They could have been allies or enemies. Hence, it seems fairly natural that the Antigonus family possessed parts of their sequence. Things would be obvious if they were allies, but enemies are the ones who would know each other the best. But the second explanation wouldn't be able to link it to the brand on the suited clown. Sigh, I do wish that the second explanation were true though. When the Holy Cathedral finds an expert to interpret the notebook, I would be able to obtain the clown potion without any risk. It seems that the first explanation is the most plausible. My gut feeling as a seer tells me that there might be a deeper symbolic meaning. Having thought of this, Klein massaged his forehead and suddenly realized the limitations of a seer. Unless it was a very simple and straightforward sign, a seer had to be extremely careful when making interpretations. It was just like walking on the edge of the abyss or walking on a thin layer of ice over a lake's surface. The suited clown's outcome was an actual and bloody example of what a single mistake in interpretation or failure to grasp a key point could result in. In that instant, Klein had an illusion of himself mastering the true essence of a seer. He seemed to be just one step away from digesting the potion completely. "Thank you for enlightening me with your life." "Praise the lady," he muttered and drew a crimson moon before his chest. Then he divined whether Azik had good intentions or if he was an amazing beyonder. He received confirmations for both of them. Eventually, the continuous divinations exhausted Klein. He had no choice but to stop churning through his thoughts and decide on the crucial matters that he needed to attend to. I have to find the man that appeared in the same scene with Welch, Hannes Vincent, and the Antigonus family's notebook as soon as possible. I can begin my search with the Divination Club. I can't just confront Mr. Azik. Yes, he might be a mid-sequence beyonder of the life school of thought, but there's a lack of information, making it impossible for me to divine. Phew. Klein let out a breath and conjured the portrait of the half-century-old elder with messy eyebrows, thin brown hair, and gray-blue eyes on the goatskin that appeared before him. This was the third person present when the Antigonus family's notebook was traded between Welch and Hannes Vincent. Looking at the portrait, Klein suddenly fell into a dilemma. I can't draw. During art class in primary school, I was always the one receiving the greatest criticism from the teachers. Should I use ritualistic magic like old Neil? This was done by praying to the goddess. If I were to use the uniqueness of the area above the gray fog, I would be in trouble if the divinities noticed something amiss. Hold on a second, perhaps I can pray to myself. Transmitting images and transmitting voices are similar. Although I'm temporarily unable to access the mysterious power above the gray fog, accomplishing such a minor matter shouldn't be a problem. Having thought of this, Klein immediately emanated his spirituality to envelop himself to stimulate the feeling of falling. Back in his bedroom, he lit the gas lamp and prayed. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your revelation and pray that you allow me to draw what I've seen. After reciting the incantation, Klein didn't splash essential oils or burn any herbs to gain the help of their powers. It was just that informal when praying to oneself. There were suddenly murmurs in his ears as he saw the 4 black dots that formed a square surface on the back of his hand. He walked 4 steps counterclockwise and recited the incantation before penetrating the maniacal chaos to return to the area above the gray fog. This time he didn't see any of the crimson stars shrinking or expanding. But behind the seat of honor at the long bronze table, the strange symbol formed by a partial pupilless eye and partial contorted lines shimmered weakly as it produced illusory prayers. Klein held his ear to it and listened. After making sure that there were no mistakes, he conjured the portrait of the third person, and cast it towards the flowing light in accordance to the prayer's format. After everything was done, he immediately left the mysterious world above the gray fog and returned to his bedroom. Just as he found his footing, a portrait surfaced immediately in front of Klein's eyes. Furthermore, he sensed a weak and illusory power augmenting him. He picked up a fountain pen and found a piece of white paper and expressed his intent. Klein was surprised to find his right hand moving uncontrollably as it quickly drew lines. Before long, he saw a lifelike portrait of the third person. After writing down the hair and eye colors, as well as other unique characteristics, Klein heaved a sigh of relief despite the spasms of his right hand. The illusion before his eyes rapidly dissipated,